All right, question for Ease. Would you kill your child, your son, if your God told you to?
You said the Most High told me to?
Yeah.
Yeah, man, the Most High said do it, then that's what it is. Yeah, man, the Most High said do it, then that's what it is.
Yeah, man, the Most High said do it, then that's what it is.
A 22-year-old woman told hotel workers in Holmes County that she had been directed by God, to go on a shooting spree about the solar eclipse, and that not long after she left the hotel in a purple Dodge Challenger driving to the interstate, traveling west, shooting into two cars. One of the drivers was shot in the neck, the other grazed in his arm.
If your God came to you right now, tonight, in pomp and glory, shining, and he commanded the death of your child, would you sacrifice your child?
If the Most High is going to do it, of course. If the Most High is going to do it, of course.
If the Most High is going to do it, of course.
Peter Lucas Moses refers to himself as a radical religious person who is with the Black Hebrews. And he just pleaded guilty to killing a 4-year-old and a woman that he was living with. He killed the 4-year-old because he thought he was gay.
Moses believed 4-year-old Higginbotham was homosexual. Klein says Moses took Higginbotham to the garage, played the Lord's Prayer in Hebrew and shot him. If
God came to you and told you to sacrifice your kid, would you sacrifice your kid?
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
God is called a terrible, demon-like power. God is called a terrible, demon-like power. God is called the terrible, demon-like power. So Napa means empty, you could say, or open. Shita means demon, or demon-like or terrible. Shita means demon, or demon-like or terrible. Shita means demon, or demon-like or terrible.
According to the criminal complaint, Polite told investigators God told him to shoot Pastor Germany. And he wanted to go to jail to clear his mind.
Would you kill your child or your grandchild if your God told you to?
Oh, man.
So that's a yes?
Yeah, it's a yes. But I think that it would be a test. I don't think the Lord would actually tell you to do it. I think it would just be a test because we can see.
You'd be willing to go through with it?
I'll go through any trial the Lord puts me through.
Leader Yahweh Ben, the self-proclaimed Son of God, one day in 1981, her North Dade home became a house of death. Banks and her husband, Carlton Carey, had just returned from talking with police about another Yahweh member who had been decapitated. Today, Yahweh Ben Yahweh is charged in her attempted murder and the death of her husband. October 1986, Yahweh's take over an Opalaka apartment building. 2 residents who were ordered to leave publicly complained. That night, both were shot to death.
Wow. Judah, do you hear me? If the Most High Yahweh tells you to kill your family, would you do it? Yes or no?
Absolutely yes.
Oh, Judah, no. Damn. Judah didn't mean that, y'all. If the Most High say, put your family down, would you do it for the Most High?
By faith, yes. By faith, yes. But he's going to tell me not to do it, just like he did Abraham. We have a story like that already. Next.
The moral law is that if a child was to be rebellious, towards their parents, they was to be taken down and be stoned to death because of that. You see what I'm saying?
Would you do that? Would you do that if your God came back to you today in glory and said, I want you to stone your son if he get rebellious? Would you do it?
Yeah, I probably would. Yeah, I would.
Wow. The Most High was to come to you and ask you to off
your loved ones, would you do it, brother?
If I had made the mistake, if I didn't have ancestors inside of me and I made the mistake to make babies with outside nations, and then I heard the download from my ancestors saying that you need to put them away, yes, I will put them away. Yes, I will put them away.
Okay, Judah Nazareth, if the Most High come to you and say, I want you to put down your family, I have a better movement for you that I need you to do, would you do it?
Go out of here.
Creator gang is undefeated. I keep it real, pack to steal if whoever want it. Clap, Judah be running laps when he get confronted. Got Devil Cosmon to knock you off of 500. They hit the club, roll up a Judah dub, forever blunted. Contemplating on who we gonna take out next. Got Cosmon, Cal, MALAKIMAC can be the best. The 4 horsemen who understand the business. Contract killers won't hesitate to kill a witness. 21 bodies executed on my hit list. JJ trying to watch me, trying to take pictures. YAH'KI working with woods and paint, a bunch of snitches. Peer pressure separate the real from the bitches. Niggas be gang until you start to bang bang. Let a nigga brains hang on everybody like dang. You thought it couldn't happen. Yahweh wanted smoke, 9/11 Manhattan. Bullets in his breastplate, both lungs collapsing. Hands reaching in the air, for the air he grasped it. The flyer was made, Sila Shalom, first captain. But the captain ran away, just like if nothing happened. I'm a certified killer. Peel a nigga, cut him open and feed him his own liver. Graphic is how I paint the picture. Shoot shots like a pitcher. Split JJ like a swisher. Cut the head off for the lion's den and watch the rest of the body quiver. Core shots I deliver when it's crunch time on the trigger. Got 2 pair with eagles, fly like seagulls when it's time. I scoot out, shoot out. Air out YAH'KI every time. Standing behind enemy lines, killing my enemies every time. Defend the faith like Muslim Sunni soldiers at a shrine. I facilitate thoughts beyond the thoughts of mankind. Creator gang is in the prime while you niggas get left behind. Creator gang is undefeated. Salute, Daryl Cosmon, Cosmon Cal, Malachi Macabee, and the whole Creator gang. Nigga, we outside with it. All that huffing and puffing don't mean nothing. You step in the dojo.
And oh yeah, put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feel it when you're feeling up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you're breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you feel it up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you're breathing rarefied air, oh
Just that job felt, that child man, that papa bull, that towel man, since sunset in the arc of Wayne. My brain moving like towel saying, so ass above, it's so below. That up and that down thing, this flow is atmospheric. I call that a ground game. See, water is knowledge, so if I'm teaching, you're learning. So how your God make a sun without vortexing and current? See the pattern is ponic, I'm reaching out for my people. Oahspe flow through your speakers, you feel the force of the ether. And when the force gets the equal, I'm taking off like an eagle. Police popped the pastor yesterday for pushing political. My DNA is Moshe. Mix that thing with higher water. My spirit rate is OTN. It's just a higher order. Got more light than Kavita. Rap a lot just like Tila. Went from sinner to saint. Shout out my big homie Sela. Got more torque than a sports car. Got more work than a door star. In the 4 million I make, I'm giving the Dr. Uma. Oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you're feeling up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you're breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you feel it up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you're breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Super 7 in my rites and ceremonies. I'm married to Jehovah, holy matrimony. Confucius say, in the words of Caillou, before you hit the tomb, be a bridegroom. Only got one question for Miss Susan B. On how to last Ahu when it's now a ennui. Blame my inspiration, I'm just thinking thoughts. But in the way of God's, we gon' keep it short. Why Jesus wanna kill me, Matthew 10:34. Just a couple questions that I'm needing to know. Oahspe flow is so potent, set the vortex in motion. Super 7, I'm floating across the Aegean Ocean. Oh, you a Muslim now, so I guess you make it Salah. Well, I'm an Israelite, I'ma make him at the Shabbat. Got Moses on the bumper, super slap off in my spaceship photosphere. So I stay lit, peace and light to the faith is so yeah. Yeah. Put that super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you feeling up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Put that super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you feel it up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you breathing rarefied air, oh yeah.
Yeah.
Jason Nero put the record out.
Creator gang coming, creator king coming. Turning up the light and watch some boys start running. Let me tell you something, we ain't out here doing nothing. I can tell you scared, boy, niggas stop fronting. It was all in the plan, comprehension, understand. Breaking boys off like creator did the band. Cooler than the band, who you fooling, man? We be tearing shit up like we're taping some bands. Conscious community, yeah, we in demand. They hunger for the truth, debate or the booth. Sourcing up with the proof, hey, you on the tooth. Catch me in the candy painted octagon coupe. Step in my boots while I'm knocking mines loose. You be the cobra, I'll be the mongoose. Plant base in my suit, meditate on my fruit. Red Star training, who let the gods loose?
In the land of truth and light, where the spirits dance all night, the creator gang shines bright, guiding us with all their might. Trumpets sound across the sky as we raise our voices high, praising the one most high, under the Oahspe's watchful eye. We sing songs of love and grace in this sacred space. For the creator gang we embrace, their wisdom we chase, with trumpets playing in tune, under the silvery moon. We dance until the morning sun, this connection never undone. Harmony in every beat, our faith is concrete. Through the pages of the Oahspe, ancient wisdom on display, teaching us the righteous way, leading us to a brighter day. With each trumpet blast, we're reminded of the past and the love that will ever last in this divine contrast. United in spirit, we uplift and hear it. We sing songs of love and grace in this sacred space. For the creator gang we embrace, their wisdom we chase, with trumpets playing in tune, under the silvery moon. We dance until the morning sun, this connection never undone. We sing songs of love and grace in this sacred space. For the Creator gang we embrace, their wisdom we chase. With trumpets playing in tune, under the silvery moon, we dance until the morning sun. This connection never undone. Never undone. Never undone.
Shoo! Anetrak set.
Anetrak and bet het.
Shoo! Anetrak set.
Chrak ast.
Nuke.
Ast.
Shoo!
Nuke set. Chrak ast.
Anetrak set.
Nuke ast.
Shoo!
Anetrak and bet het.
Shoo!
Nuke.
Shoo!
Mic check, 1, 2, 1, 2. Throw some nines up in the chat if I could be heard, family. What's the word? Throw some nines up in the chat if I could be heard. Y'all see the title, part 2. Sons of the Great Spirit. Did part 1 a couple days ago. You did. Good reviews thus far. And we're going to keep it moving. Yeah. Y'all know how we like to do, man. We like to bring the appetizers out before we bring out the full course meal. You feel me, Nehemiah? I ain't smelling what you're selling, big homie, man. I said throw some nines up in there. Here you come. Here you come being rebellious, throwing ones, man. What's up with you, man? Oh, man, what you say as soon as I get on here, y'all got me laughing, boy. Yeah, Jabari sound like he got a swift kick to the jibs, boy. What is wrong with Jabari, man? Shoot. I got the link in the chat too, pinned to the top of both chats. If anybody want to hop on, holler at your little brother. You feel me? A little light balance to everybody out there. All praises. All praises to the ever-present creator, the all in all. It always was, is, and never shall be the mighty and great spirit, the mighty and great I am. In the words of my brother Daryl Cosmine, whose magnitude is incomprehensible. Y'all tap in with your little brother. And shout out to the CGG, all my brothers and sisters. Y'all already know, man. Hey, look, just try your best to be better than the day before. That's try to be better than yesterday, you dig? Get on out there and do something good for somebody. You feel a lot better. You feel me? We all on this marvelous ride we call life. It's ups and downs, boy. It's definitely a roller coaster. You dig? But guess what? We steady trucking. Oh, wait. What else we got up in the building? Who we got up in here? Who we got up in here? Bing, bing, bing. Got my young brother Yeshua in the building. Stefan is in the building, young Yeshua. Little light balance to you, big dog. You already know. Bezel the oil light, my brother. What's the word, family? Love, light, and cosmine. Balance to the fam. Johnny James in the building. Bishop X in the building. Love, light, balance to you brothers, man. Y'all already know. Julie Ray Wild in the building. What's going on, sis? Love and cosmine to the fam. Bowling built. What's the word? Peace, love, balance. You and yours as well. We got YAHWH'S 7 in the building. What's the word, fam? Eat Mama HeRBal Flow Rider by way of Dayton, Ohio in the building. Love and light CGG. We got the God, Shalom, man. Y'all go like, subscribe, share. Bro, I've been in the trenches a long time doing this, man. You want to get caught up real quick on what's going down. You want to get an overall summary of what we over here talking about. I advise you to go tap in. You feel me? Go to this playlist, hit play, and get studied. Shout out to my brother Shalom, man. Y'all go like, subscribe, share. You dig? Just me in the building, Buzz Lightyear. I likes that name, I like that name. I like that name. Buzz Lightyear in the building. That's the brother that got all the recordings. You dig? Love, light, and balance. YAHWH'S, Mikael in the building, bro. We gonna catch up. Believe that. We gonna catch up. I'll be seeing you and NehemiYAH and the correspondences and the email and all that. You dig? But hey, love, light, balance to your YAH'KI. You feel me? Hey, keep living to your highest light out there. You already know, creator bless. Fritz Foxwell in the building. What's going on, big homie? How you be? Love, light, and balance. We got my brother Print Blake. You get Shia from the dirty South in the building. Birmingham, Alabama. What's the word, Art? What was it, Montgomery? I think you Birmingham, ain't you? Yeah, I think you Birmingham, Alabama. James Giant in the building. Love, light, Cosmo. Yeah, of course, you got the big homie in the building. You already know. Sister Tabitha in the building. Keon Cooper. What's the word? Love, light, balance. And I like that name, Buzz Lightyear, man. Higher Light Homeschool. That's what I'm talking about. Big moves on the way. That's what I'm talking about. Abriya in the building. What's the word? Yeah, JJ always shooting himself in the foot. He always. You got to vibrate at a certain frequency in order to catch what's going on. Other than that, you just, you know, in your own mind, you're a legend. It is what it is. Anybody want to hop on? Y'all can hop on. You know what I mean? Love, light, and balance. All right, let me go and share my screen. Let's get back to this presentation that we started the other day. This may be some of y'all first time. This is part 2 to this right here. Malachi Macabee presents Sons of the Great Spirit and the Universal Doctrine of Light. Universal Doctrine of Light. All praises to the Great Spirit. In this presentation, I will unveil information that will challenge your beliefs and knowledge. All students and pursuers of truth should be bold and confident on their quest to all truth. Always remember, absolute truth doesn't need support. If any time your foundation or faith is challenged or shaken, then what you have been entertaining is not the truth from the creator of all creation. The ever-present creator is not exclusive to a certain group of individuals boasting about being chosen. The reality is, all who choose the Great Spirit are chosen. May the wisdom and light of the Great Spirit guide us all. Source Nazarene Acts of the Apostles. I just want to breeze through some of this before we get back down to where we was at, because we basically done touched 11. We done touched about 8 of them out of 11 sons of light that lived in different time periods. We get the time periods, we get the timetables of prophecy. All right, give you the exact arc cycle in which they were living, right, and which locality of the earth they were a part of, and the exact same doctrine they were teaching, though had never met one another. Yeah. Now, the reason I'm going here, Nazarene Acts of the Apostles, the recognitions of Clement. When you get to the back of this book, chapter 20, Peter or Kepha, Shimon Kepha is talking about Brahmins. We touched Brahma in part 1, if you was listening. Now look what Peter says. There are likewise amongst the Bactrians in the Indian countries immense multitudes of Brahmins. Look at that. Who also themselves, from the tradition of their ancestors and peaceful customs and laws, neither commit murder, nor adultery, nor worship idols, nor have the practice of eating animal food. Look at that. So they vegetarian too, or plant-based, or never drunk. Look at that. Never do anything maliciously, but always fear Elohim. You see? So he's right here in the Nazarene Acts of the Apostles is saying there are peaceful Indians who identify as Brahmins, but they're mode of operation, they're peaceful. They have peaceful customs, and they got these peaceful customs from the traditions of their ancestors. Such laws is not to commit murder or shed blood, nor adultery, nor worship of idols, nor chewing on animal sandwiches. They're never drunk, never do anything maliciously, but always feel fear created. You see that? Now look at this. And these things indeed they do, though the rest of the Indians, what they do, commit both murders and adulteries, and worship idols, and are drunken, and practice other immoralities of this sort. You see? So what we're doing is going back into the different divisions of the earth through past history and showing through Oahspe, because the Oahspe is the only book that has the history of these great sons of light that lived in, say, Persia, India, Africa, Asia, America. We even went and talked about great granddaddy Iwata, the great American prophet from 6,000 years ago, lived during the same arc cycle that Abraham lived. Brahma, Poe, like all these men lived at the same exact time and taught the same exact light, but they lived in 4 different divisions of the earth. We went into that history, showed the arc cycle we talking about. Yep. What time period that arc cycle run from? The arc of speed of 3953 BC to 1553 BC. Arc of bond 1553 to your current 1848 of the common era. Yeah, one that was 2,400 years, one was 3,400 years, for a total of 5,800 years. It's crazy because the Jewish calendar tells you it's the year 5784, which is nothing but the combination of the past 2 arc cycles. The 23rd to 24th arc cycle. You see, so we're giving you not only who these people are and what they taught, the time period and the locality of the earth in which they were raised up. They had the exact same light on them that these other brothers had. You feel me? And you see Peter in the Nazarene Acts of the Apostles admitting this. All right, now look at this. It's the gospel of the Nazarenes. Shout out to the Essenes and Nazarenes, man. Come on home. Y'all already know. Look at this, chapter 46, the transfiguration on the mount, the giving of the law. Now this is Yeshua. For who are the Israel of God? Even they, what did it say? Even they of every nation. Even they of every nation and tribe who work what? Righteousness. This is who Israel is. This is who the Israel of God is. They of every nation and tribe who work righteousness. So righteousness is just not bound to your concentrated form of melanin or how nappy your hair is. Look at it. Even they of every nation and tribe who work righteousness. So righteousness is just not bound to Israel. Love mercy and keep my commandments. These are the true Israel of God. You see? Look at this right here. And stand upon his feet, Yeshua spake, saying, Hear, O Israel, Jehovah thy God is one. Many are my who? Seers. And my prophets. Basically the same thing. So Yeshua is saying in Nazarene Acts, after telling you that the Israel of God is those of every nation who work righteousness, love mercy, and keep commands. Right after he tell you that, he tell you he got plenty of seers and prophets. In me, look at this, in me, all live and move and have substance. You should not take away the life of any creature for your pleasure, nor for your profit, nor yet torment. So it don't even matter, man, I made a lot of money killing these animals, or I made a lot of money killing that man. No, you should not take away the life of any creature for your pleasure. Just because you want to go hunting, no. Nor for your profit, it pays well, no. Nor yet torment it, just like they're doing in them butcher stalls, no. Look at it. You should not steal the goods of any, nor gather lands and riches to yourselves beyond your need or use. Look at this right here. You should not eat the flesh. Look at that. Look at that. That's one thing you'll notice with the higher teachings. One thing they all got in common, they not with the animal sandwiches. One thing they got in common, they not down with the animal sandwiches. You can't make this up, man. You can't make this up, man. You should not eat the flesh nor drink the blood of any slaughtered creature. Look at that. Nor yet anything which bringeth disorder to your health or senses. You got the same Messiah talking about. The same anointed one, the same righteous teacher telling you not to be eating on flesh or drinking blood, nor anything that brings some type of disorder or sickness to your health or senses. Look at that. Look at that. Look at 13. See, we pull receipts, right? We ain't just, running our mouth like a certain moray of y'all's. Watching that debate with him and C-Law last night, that boy was just talking. He was just running his mouth. Look at this. You should not make impure marriages where love and health are not, nor yet corrupt yourselves, or any creature made pure by the holy. You should not make, look at this, y'all. I think we all done bumped our head dealing with marriage. You should not make impure marriages where love, so they got to be there, right? And what else? And health. Or not. You're not supposed to be getting married if it ain't love and if it's not a loving, healthy marriage. Gotta be some health going on. You know what I mean? That's major right there. Look at this. Oahspe tell you what charges your spirit, what charges your blood, charges your spirit. Whatever you eat gets into your bloodstream. So whatever charges your blood, charges your spirit. Now, reason why you get sleepy all of a sudden when you be starting to eat certain things you ain't supposed to be eating. You should not make impure marriages with love and health or not, nor yet corrupt yourselves or any creature made pure by the holy. You should not bear false witness against any, nor willfully deceive any by a lie to hurt them. You shall not do unto others as you would not that others should do unto you. You should worship one eternal, the Father - Mother, male and female, in heaven, of whom are all things, and reverence the holy name. You shall revere your fathers and your mothers on earth, whose care is for you, and all the teachers of righteousness. You should cherish and protect the weak, and those who are oppressed, and all creatures that suffer wrong. You shall work with your hands, the things that are good and seemly, so shall you eat the fruits of the earth and live long in the land. You should purify yourselves daily and rest the seventh day from labor, keeping holy the Sabbaths and festivals of your God. You should do unto others as you would that others should do unto you. Yeshua the Nazarene, the same gospel of the Nazarenes. Chapter 46, 8-21. Both Yeshua the Nazarene and Shimon Kepha are on record saying that the Creator has prophets and children of light in every nation and at every time period. Meaning there are no big I's and little U's, and there has never been a reason to be a full-blown bigot or racist. By choosing the Great Spirit, you become chosen. Question: which spiritual text talks about the history or tradition of these other prophets and children of light belonging to other nations? That such a text exists, but just saying it isn't enough to appease our curiosity. We want to know who, what, where, when, why, and how. Well, source, we going to Oahspe first. Source, Oahspe, Headshot, Modern Language Standard Edition, Spiritual Guidebook. You about ready to spill your coffee. What you mean? What you mean? It's a spiritual guidebook. What you mean? All I need is my Bibles. You ain't heard nothing wicked or evil yet come about the gang mouth, man. You can stop holding your breath. You can stop holding your breath. Look at this. To your benefit is in Modern Language Standard Edition, English. Oahspe. What is Oahspe about? Oahspe means sky, earth, spirit, man. Look at it. Look. Oahspe, a primary. So meaning it's a primary or first source for the information found in it. You're not going to find it anywhere else. So for all the men making the boast and clamor and the ruckus of plagiarization, then you got to come prove that. And you can't. This ain't plagiarized from nothing, especially in a time and day when there weren't any smartphones, no internet. It wasn't a plane in the sky. It wasn't a car on the streets. There were no telephones. You know how in depth this is? This is in depth. It's like it's a tall mountain to climb for you to be claiming plagiarization. Very, very tall mountain. A primary, all right, for the spiritual and practical enlightenment, really, and development, growth and development of individuals, groups, and humanity. What's wrong thus far? I be hearing niggas getting their feelings. Oh, you niggas is evil, demonic. I be hearing you mealy mouth misfits run your jaw about the gang and you ain't heard nothing evil yet. Where is that? Where is that? Your little deity's been failing you. Y'all ain't doing nothing but shadow banning the gang for real. Meanwhile, you ain't sent us a timestamp yet of some evil coming off our lips. Not one time. You ain't even timestamped it. You ain't sent it in no Facebook Messenger. You ain't sent it in nothing. At what point do you call a spade and say, man, let me check out what these bros is talking about, man? You feel me? At least if I'm going to come against it, let me go ahead and get the knowledge I need to attain to properly come against it. You're going to have to read it, though, man. Look at this. Look at this right here. For the spiritual and practical enlightenment and development of individuals, groups, and humanities, for their glory and happiness and for the glory of the whole, in the words of the Creator, Jehovah, Jehovah, Yahweh, Yahweh, Yahweh. What else they say out here today? Yahweh. I heard the Yahweh before. It's all the same. YHWH, JHWH, however you decide, you know what I mean, tomato. However you decide to allow your tongue to skip across your palate. However you decide. We're going to leave that up to you. All right? Because the only way you can tell the difference is not in name. It's in action. It's in character. Anybody can come in any name, especially for anybody that's a Bible thumper. You know that. Many shall come in my name would be false, right? So you shouldn't even be looking for a name to pronounce. You should be looking for character, action, doctrine, what's being taught, what's being said. What are the results of such of a doctrine? You know what I mean? If it gets accepted and taught throughout society. Is it resurrection or declension? Look at this. Look at this, man. Ain't heard nothing evil yet. In the words of the Creator and his angel ambassadors. Being a cosmon Bible containing a history. Okay. If we're dealing with history, we're dealing with time, right? Don't forget we called you comitics, you commissions. We're not letting you off the flow. Jabari, your boy Saw MK, Wethy, and Smash if you want to get out and get smashed. We didn't call y'all to the flow, Jack. Come on with this. What you mean you about to go debate Judah Nash or Saw for what? He's the loser. We already beat them up. You supposed to be over here with it. I called y'all to the flow. What y'all doing? Y'all know better. Y'all know the stir clear of us. A history of the dominions of the higher and lower heavens on the earth for the past 25,000 years. The latest Kimmy go back according to y'all is what, 4,000 or 5,000 years? 5,000 years? Right off the cover page, you ain't dealing with this. And that's just going back to the flood. We ain't got off the cover page and it already just set everything else down that you think is better. Because when it comes down to the history and timeline, just going back to the flood, we outdo y'all about 20,000 years. Just going back to the flood. Yeah. It's starting to go sideways. Look at this. Being from the submersion of the continent of Pond in the Pacific Ocean. Commonly called the flood or deluge. To the Cosmon era, the present time. Also, a brief history of the preceding years from man's beginning on earth to the flood. That's what we're dealing with. All right. So Oahspe provides what's called the timetables of prophecy. Okay. We can tell time over here. Can you tell time? And you go looking at your watch or looking at your microwave to see what time it is. You tell time. The same system and order applies for the earth and the heavens, applies for mortals and spirits. Same system and order. Break this down for you. Time is measured in units called arc or arcs. You see that right there in the middle, Samoan arc, A-R-C, Samoan age. Age is a planting, okay? In the beginning, Samoan age. Timeline, plants created, serpents created, animals created. All right? All these were 6,000 year periods till we get down to the first arc cycle. First arc cycle was a 3,000 year period starting in the year 7153 BC, right there. And it went to the year 68,523 BC. So from 71,523 BCE to 68,523 BCE was the arc of Wan or Wayne. All right. The Etherian angel over that arc cycle was a brother by the name of Sathantes. His rank, archangel. The first era of man created ions, or who you know biblically is Abel. All right. Now when we get down here, we get down to the 17th arc cycle, is when the flood happened. Right? It was a period of 30, the arc cycle lasted 3,600 years. All right. It started in the year 23,153 BCE, and it ran to 19,553 BCE. The name of the arc cycle was the Ark of Noah. Noah's Ark. You ain't know it had something to do with something cosmological. So Noah's Ark is an arc cycle. It's a span of time. It's not a man on a boat. That arc cycle was the 17th arc cycle from the creation of mortals. 3,600 years, started in the year 23,153 BCE and ran to 19,553 BCE. It's called the Ark of Noah. The Etherian or high-raised angel over the arc cycle was a brother by the name of Aph. He was an Orion chief. 5th era, flood of Pond. All right, this was roughly 25,000 years ago. All right, so when we get talking about the prophets today, what we dealing with today, we going to the 22nd arc cycle. We're going to start there. '22 over here in the left, it was 31, it lasted for 3,100 years. This arc cycle started in the year 7,053 BCE, and it ran to 3,953 BCE. The name of the arc cycle was the Ark of Lu. The high-raised angel over that arc cycle. If JJ is watching, he about to blow a head gasket. He'd be like, the book of Fragapati, y'all. The name of the angel was Fergapati, an Orion chief. And it was during that first prophet called Zarathustra, not modern Zoroastrianism. All that's later. None of that was around 7,053 BCE. All right, so we go on to Zarathustra first, and we're just going to jump down to where we was at. We're going to start back off where we left off at. All right, this right here, His brother was cold. And he was a big dude. These cats was big. Big cats. You know what I mean? Cats wasn't playing no games either. Like Creator raised up some bros that was like really with it. You know what I mean? Like really, really with it. You dig? This story marvelous though. If you read the story of Zarathustra and Oahspe, it's wild actually. But Zarathustra engraving is seen on the door at the shrine in the mountain cave in Chak, Iran on June 14, 2014. All right. Oahspe glossary, some key terms to look at when you hear Ormaz, because you're going to hear Ormaz a lot today in the presentation. And I can hear the misfits now. Oh, they talk about Ahua Mazda or the Mazdians. And no, wrong again. All right. Ormaz. Or means light. Maz means master. Master, light, or the master of light. Equivalent to who? The creator, Jehovah. All right. So when you read Jehovah said in one part of Oahspe, and then another part of Oahspe says the Great Spirit said, or another part of Oahspe says Ormaz said, or another part of Oahspe says Tian said. It's all talking about the creator or the Great Spirit. The Great Spirit was called, or Ego Queen over here in the Americas, or AKA the Great Spirit. The Great Spirit or the creator was called different names in different divisions of the earth at different time periods in the earth. What proved you were talking about the same force was character and action. If you said the same God that I said in name, but then you were saying that God told you to go to war and kill babies and kill off the nations, then we ain't even talking about the same one. Even though the name is the same. That's how that works. All right. So Ormaz means the creator or Jehovah, the master light or master of light. All right. Ahua Mazda is the god of Zarathustra. So when you read about Ahua Mazda is not Ormaz. Ahua Mazda is Zarathustra, the man. That's his god. He's the one. Ahua Mazda is the one sending the inspiration from the creator Ormaz to Zarathustra. You see, but Ahua Mazda and Ormaz, the master light, are not the same. If you understand that, throw a 1 up in the chat. All right. No, we're not talking about Zoroastrianism. We ain't talking about Buddhism because we read about the real Buddha today and the real Confucius. No, we're not talking about Confucianisms and any of that. You understand? Once you realize what goes down in the earth with a false god, he just borrows the names of great gods that came before him. So he ain't got a label to make his own name. He just switches the doctrine to go along with his agenda. And he just keeps the name. So years later, you hear Buddha and you think about what you think about today. You hear about Krishna and Hindu, and then you think about what you think about today. You don't know it's been a whole war of gods going back for millenniums. And false gods rise up and just take the names of the ones that stayed in pocket with the creator, and they just switch the doctrine. You know what I mean? That's what happened with Brahma. That's what happened with Osiris. You know what I mean? Buddha, Confucius. Yeah. The false gods rise up afterwards and just jack the names because the name is already famous amongst mortals. So they ain't got to work hard to establish no new name. They just change the teachings up. That's what happens. You know what I mean? That's what happens. Now watch this right here. God or Lod or Josh, an angel in rank next. God is a what? An angel. God is not the creator, okay? God is an angel in rank next above Lord and next below Orion chief. That's not hard. One who's sufficiently wise and powerful to take charge of a planet. Look at that. Salute to the gods and goddesses in training. Because if you a god or a goddess under the creator's watch, guess the skill and ingenuity you have. Guess what that is about? You're sufficiently wise and powerful to take charge of a planet and its atmospheric heavens. Look at that. His assistant on the throne is called vice god. Sub-gods are those who have charge over a plateau or heaven, but still under the reigning God. You see? So you be like, man, we gods. Gods. Most don't know what that means. You sufficiently wise and powerful enough to take charge of this earth and the atmosphere that travels with the earth. So God ain't just in talk. God ain't just in bumping your gums if you understand the Creator's program. No, God means you're sufficiently wise and powerful to take charge of a planet and her atmosphere in heavens. If you understand what God's job is. See, they can talk all that God body. And nigga, what's the lessons? I hear you, but what does God do? What's God's job? If you understand today what God's job is, type it in the chat and spin a vortex for me, man. We cooking today. See, that's our topic. That's our topic. You and I lane now talking about the gods and the deities and the, you know what I mean, the different inspirations in the industry, and you that's our lane. That's our lane. Now you understand what God's job is. Ooh-wee. Look at this. Let's go. Nowhere to hurt no feelings. You ain't to hurt no feelings. Let's read about what Zarathustra was teaching. 7053 BC, which would be 9,000 years ago. Which would be 9,000 years ago. What was being taught in the earth? Because really, this is where all your religions that you have today, it go back to granddaddy Zarathustra. You go back to your great granddaddy Zarathustra. Yeah. Look what he was being taught. Look what the inspiration that was giving him this to teach directly from the Creator, to the God over Zarathustra, right to Zarathustra, and he opened his mouth up. Look what he was being inspired to teach during the 22nd arc cycle, 9,000 years ago. Before there was a Hebrew anything. Before there was an Islamic or Arabic anything. Before there was a Kemet. Y'all, this is before Kemet. Y'all know why you shadow banning the gang. We know why y'all scared, man. The information is light years ahead of what you're talking about. We can run you, we can park you in the 23rd arc cycle, Kemet. You know how late you know how late that is on our timetables? If each arc cycle was 3,000 years and you're in the 23rd arc cycle starting in 3953 BCE, Norma is what? 3100? 32? Norma? You see? I mean, the everything from the Nakata period all the way down to the New Kingdom and intermediate periods and all that's 23rd arc cycle. We got all that. We got you in a box. Some of it may spill over into the 24th, you know, the Ark of Bond and all that, but for the most part, we can park Kemet in the 23rd arc cycle. All right? This is before Kemet. This is before this is 3,000 years before Abraham. Matter of fact, 3,100 years before Abraham. Zarathustra. Before Brahma, Zarathustra. Before an Iwata of America, Zarathustra. Before a Poe of China. 3,100 years earlier, look what he was teaching. Before there was any Rabbeinu Moshe, before there was any Torah portions, before any of it. Right? This is even before your Hebrew Bible creation story, because according to them, the creation was in the year 3761 BC. That's still during the 23rd arc cycle. This is older than Bible. Going off the time periods. Look at this. Look what Zarathustra was teaching. 7053 BC, 9,000 years ago. And he said, 6 days you shall labor, O man. and worship on the 7th, because they are the moon's times. The moon's times every 7 days, every week. And this is revealing actually they were tracking Sabbaths using moon cycles. You dig? And you'll notice that when you track all these brothers down when they were teaching, that was one common theme in their teaching. When it came down to the Sabbath, the moon was always mentioned. All right. Then Oahspe, or Jehovah, the creator, created the power to live without kings, like the Ions in the east. And the name of this power he created was Rana. Then spoke Ahuamaz. Now, Ahuamaz is not the creator. He's a son of the creator, or Zarathustra's God, the one responsible for inspiring Zarathustra. Then spoke Ahuamaz to the Zarathustra, the all pure, to attain to Rana, which is what? The ability to live without kings, like the Ions in the east. The power to live without kings, like the Ions in the east. To attain to Rana, how to attain to Rana? This then is the holy Mazdian law. Or Maz shall be king, or the creator shall be king, right? Or Maz meaning the master light, right? Or Maz, or creator shall be king. And you shall acknowledge no other. He shall be your all highest love forever and above all other loves. I ain't heard nothing evil thus far. Look at this. Look at this, boy. Pork you boys. Y'all better not take damn debate from us. We're going to pork you boys. Look at this. You shall disown all other rulers, kings, queens, lords, and gods. You should not bow down in reverence except to the Oahspe, except to Jehovah, your creator. Right? All the, what you call it, monotheism. I mean, all that go back here. Look at this. You shall covenant yourself to your creator every day and teach your children to do so also. Facts. You shall keep holy the 4 moon days, for they are the change of watch for the gods and angels over man. I had my brother Cosmo Carol on her last video. He was chopping it up. He goes into every Sabbath, the moon, which is a moon change. Man, the moon changes every Sabbath, every 7 days. You know what I mean? It's either waxing or waning. It goes through its quarters. All right. But what is Oahspe revealing? What was Zarathustra being inspired to teach? You should keep holy the 4 moon days, for they are the change of watch of the gods and angels over man. So then Cosmo dropped a bomb and said, once you understand how to track the Sabbath with the moon and all that, every Sabbath, go out there and start looking at them stars and see how they start moving. You're actually witnessing the gods and angels over man shifting. You're seeing their watch shift. They're changing position. That's major right there, man. That's major. For that to come out 9,000 years ago, and then you can go practically try that now. Look at y'all. Y'all like, man, I'm about to start watching the moon now, man, tracking the moon cycles. I want to see that. And get your mind blown. Start watching how this type of information you can practically apply today, right now. Right? And then turn around and hear a misfit tell you it's all plagiarized. Okay, well, where did that, if it's a plagiarization, where did that information come from? How would he know to say keep holy the 4 moon days or the Sabbath of each month? For they are the change of watch of the gods and angels over man. Huh? And stars and ships. And so who's on the ships? Don't ships move? Wasn't the star of Bethlehem a ship, a fire ship? Man, so start tracking them Sabbaths with them moon cycles and start paying attention. I'm about to go get me a telescope, a high-powered telescope. That's about to make me go start doing that. To make me go watch. Look at this. But that's powerful though, man. Look at this. You should not kill. Look what Zarathustra, look what your great-grandfather was teaching 9,000 years ago. You should not kill what your creator created alive. Zarathustra wasn't chewing on animal sandwiches. He wasn't chewing on animal sandwiches. No. I wasn't doing none of that. 9,000 years ago. Look at this. Look at this. You should love your father next to your creator and obey his voice and honor your mother because she brought you forth by the will of your creator, flat out. Look at this. Look what your great-grandfather's saying, especially to the men right here. Look at this. You should not allow your desires to lead you after women. In other words, stop thinking with the wrong head. And if anybody can tell you that, it would be one of your ancestors that came before you. Like, look, that's where you're going to trip at. Look at it. You should not take that which is another's. You should not be vain, for nothing is yours. You should not speak untruth. See that? Look at this. This right here. You should not talk about your neighbor behind his back. For Oahspe hears you. The master of light hears you. And the angels will go tell your neighbor's soul what you have said. You better believe it. And that's why you can feel when somebody, before anybody tell you, you already be knowing. High spirits at work, man. Look at this. You should not be idle or lazy. Or your flesh will become weak and burn down your soul. You should not envy nor harbor hatred against any man, woman, or child. You should not reprove any man or woman for their evil, for they are the creators. Okay, look, a person understands when they're doing wrong. They already know. You shall reprove your own child and teach him the right way. Look at this. You should not lie with your wife during pregnancy. You should not marry any of your kin except beyond the 5th generation. Look at that. Look at y'all know. Boy knows, yeah. So no pelvises collide in mid-earth. Once you find out she got something in the oven. No pelvises collide in mid-earth. Look at this. He said you should not marry any of your kin except beyond the 5th generation. So Zarathustra taught against incest. Look at this. You should not take the wife of a woman of unclean habits. You should not commit the self-habit. You should not desire of your neighbor more than you would give. You should fast one day of the 4th. You should fast one day of the 4th moon all your life. So one Sabbath out of every month you're supposed to fast. You should fast one day of the 4th moon all your life. Neither eating fish, nor flesh, nor bread, nor fruit, nor shall anything but water into your mouth. One whole year, look how Zarathustra them had to get out. Look at this. One whole year of your life, you should dwell with the poor. Gotta go live with the poor for a year, man. Live with the poor, sleep with the poor, begging for alms for the poor. Dang. Notice the high spiritual light coming from the creator through Yahuwah, the God, to this ancient son of the great spirit. These teachings promote absolute unity with man and his creator by doing good works to all of his creation. This is a doctrine. Look at this. This is a doctrine of light and peace. Even the animals are sacred and are forbidden to be slain. Now, this right here I want to go show real quick before we jump down. It says, Book of Divinity, Oahspe, chapter 1, verse 14 and 15. Jehovah said, behold, my gods, lords, and sub-gods shall teach the same things in the different parts of the earth and in these heavens. Now, these gods, lords, and sub-gods teach these things to the priests who teach them to man. Right? Or teach them directly to someone that's capable of hearing, you know what I mean, the light. Such as Zarathustra or Abram or Brahma or Iwata. You understand what I'm saying? Moses. So notice he's saying, even the inspirations have to teach the same thing. Even the spirits that are lords and sub-gods and gods, they got to teach the exact same thing in the different parts of the earth and in the heavens. Look at this. I will not have one Lord teaching one thing in one place and another teaching the same thing differently in another place. Facts. Jehovah said, my gods and lords shall provide comprehensively so that all peoples on earth and in heaven may be drawn toward me in harmony and discipline. Then we did Zarathustra. We showed this time period. Then we went to Abraham, son of the great spirit number 2, Abraham of Africa, Arabia. When? 3953 BC. And of course, showed the timetables of prophecy all the way down here. Abraham, Brahma, Poe, and Iwata. Oahspe. It was 2,400 years from 3953 to 1553. Right? And then we get into some of Abraham's teachings, like how he was born, when he was born. All right? But then it tell you right here, Abraham's physical description. Abraham was of pure blood and an Ahuim, in the light of Suis had been with his forefathers and foremothers since the flood. And he was large and red like new copper, and had black hair and strong and long beard, first to look upon. But his soul was gentle as a woman's. So Abraham had skin like copper, black hair, and a long black beard. He was large and red. You know what I mean? That's the description Oahspe gives of Abram. I ain't bumped into another book that actually gave you a physical description. Abraham would look something like that. It's copper. And we got some Abraham's teachings, which was the very same thing Zarathustra was teaching. 3,100 years earlier. All right. Then we went back to Brahma. Brahma and Abraham are not the same person like some people have you believe. They actually were contemporaries. They lived during the same, they were born at the same time. Abraham's work was in Egypt, or what became known as Egypt, Africa, over that way. Brahma's work was in India, 3953. We read that, the Nazarene Acts of the Apostles already. All right, timetables of prophecy, same time period, just a different part of the earth. It's a different locality. All right. Now look at this. Important note from Oahspe. This is Brahma the first. An arc cycle later, or a Dana later, a false god, Kabbalistes, using the name of Brahma, would do much destruction in India. And afterward, another self-god, Enochisia, falsely took the name Brahma. See? So when you hear Brahma over this way coming out of Oahspe, you think we're talking about modern Brahmanism. We're not. What you're talking about are the babies of the false gods that popped up a whole arc cycle later. If you understand that, Brahma the first that has nothing to do with modern Brahmanism, go ahead and throw some foes in the chat. Look at this. But accordingly, it should be noted that Brahma the first had nothing to do with shaping modern Brahmanism. It should be noted that Brahma the first, 3953 BC, of India, who lived during the same time as Abraham, 6,000 years ago, had nothing to do with shaping modern Brahmanism. Sit down somewhere. Later, false gods would pick over the doctrines and twist or reject them according to their profitability to the false god. That's what happened with Osiris, Brahma, Buddha, Confucius, Yeshua. That's what has happened. Later, false gods just take on the name. Zeus, all type of stuff, man. Look at this. Look what Brahma was doing. Now look at this. And this is 3,100 years after Zarathustra. The angels of Ormuz had prophesied, saying, out of your seed shall come one Brahma, who shall have Suis with power, meaning he could hear spirits and talk with them. Things that were revealed in who? Zarathustra have been lost, but shall be recovered in Brahma. And we all just read what Zarathustra was teaching. Before there was a Kemet, before there was a Moses, before there was an Abraham, before there was an Iwata, before there was a Torah, before there was a Tanakh, before there was any of it. So Brahma is teaching the exact same thing that Zarathustra. Abram was teaching the exact same thing that Zarathustra was teaching before him. Things that were revealed in Zarathustra have been lost, but shall be recovered in Brahma. Y'all see that? We ain't making this stuff up, man. We ain't making it up. Who else we got? Let's get to the next one. Look what Brahma say at the end of this, some of his teachings. Look what he was saying. Brahma said, peaceful have been my slumbers, and joy is my wakeful hours all my life. I have made labor a pleasure, and I give all I have to the poor. Look at that. Your commandments with all my wisdom and strength. Doing your commandments with all my wisdom and strength. From my youth up, I have not killed any living creature of yours that goes on the earth. Look at that. Or swims in the waters or flies in the earth. Nor have I eaten anything that had ever breathed the breath of life. Now Zarathustra, Abram, Brahma, all saying the same thing, even down to the diet. They ain't putting no animals in their mouth, man. You see? Look at this. And I have been most abstemious in plain food and water only, according to the who? Zarathustrian law. That was Zarathustra from 3,100 years earlier. So it's the same message. And we just read what Creator said, I ain't going to have my lords and gods teaching one thing over here and something different. It's the same system in order. So when you read Zarathustrian or Zarathustrian in Oahspe, y'all, it's an ancient term that modernly they call a faithism. Faith in the ever-present Creator. It's the same exact methodology and worship or service that Zarathustra was doing 9,000 years ago. Exactly the same. Then came on down Abram, Brahma, Iwata, Poe. Come on down, Moses, Capilla, and China. You start coming on down. Each arc cycle, they teaching Yeshua that he's saying, teaching the same thing. Yeah, Caillou, teaching the same thing, 752 BC. Sakaya, teaching the same thing, 752 BC. They all teaching the exact same thing, restoring that which Zarathustra was given that came before them. The Zarathustrian law. Hear me, O Ormaz, master light, for I will open my soul to you and hold nothing back. Ormaz said it as well. Son of the Great Spirit, number 4, poet Japheth. Same time period, 3953 BC, meaning he was during the same time as Abraham, Brahma, and Iwata. We got Poe or Japheth, which you know is China. Look what some of Poe's teachings are. Right here. Poe was 20 years old when he married it, and he went with his wife and 3 children to the country of Hengadi, which name signified brotherland, and he labeled as scutching flax and hemp. Look at this. And God came to Poe. And God came to Poe saying, what is the extent of your fidelity? What is the extent of your loyalty, your faithfulness to the all-highest light? Poe said, I will obey him in all things. God said, would you sacrifice your 3 sons if commanded by your Creator? Poe said, look what Poe said. They are the Creator's, not mine. How dare I sacrifice that which is another's? Look what God said. God said, you are wise. You know the Creator's law, the Ormazdian law, the same law that was being put forth during the days of Zarathustra, 3,100 years before him. Huh? See that? Who else we got? Let's get on down. All this I went over in part 1. Son of the Great Spirit, number 5, Iwata, grandpops, our great-grandfather, Iwata of Guatemala, America, 3953 BCE, 6,000 years ago. What is we even talking about here? Same arc cycle, same time period, born at the same time, just in different divisions of the earth. That's it. Copper tribe, we've been here. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. I like this right here. This is a sister. But see down here, they say America. Amaruka. She got her baby around her. Look at that. I'm gonna read this too, because we was going over that debate we had with them the other day. The girl had the nerve to try to bring up Geechee and Benito. Girl, that's in Oahspe. What did you talk about? In Guatemala, the Middle Kingdom, Central America, by the Sea of Sociopan, Gulf of Mexico, down from heavens came Geechee, the creator, the world maker. Benito was silent, speaking in the soul of things. He said, "Speak, O earth. Have eyes, O earth. Have ears, O earth. Behold me, your maker." Man. Now let's get into some of Iwata's. What was Iwata teaching? What was he teaching? I'll show y'all. Let's get into it. See, this is not lick your finger scholarship. Right here. I'm gonna start up here. This is First Book of God, chapter 26. I'm gonna start around verse 24. Iwata inquired, "What shall I say? How should I teach the sons and daughters of men? Give me a synopsis." Ego Queen, or the creator, answered Iwata, saying, "One great person." Look at this. One great person, even Ego Queen, creator and ruler over all in heaven and earth. You shall have him. You shall have him and no other God, Lord, idol, man, or angel to worship forever. You shall love him above all things in heaven above, or on the earth, or in the waters of the earth. And you shall teach him to your children and command them to teach him to their children, and so on forever. And you shall swear against all other gods, lords, and idols to never serve them. And the same to your children and to their children after them forever. And this is the first creator's law, or Ego Queen law, going forth right here in the Americas, y'all. 6,000 years ago. Look what's being taught. And you shall deal with all men, women, and children as justly and as kindly as with your own mama, out of whose breast you were fed when you were helpless and weak. Teaching this to your children and to their children after them forever. And this is the second Ego Queen law. And to the sick and helpless. And to the sick and helpless, to the stranger and the man who comes from far away, and to the widow who is destitute, and to the child who has no father. You shall be both father and mother to them, and take them into your house and feed them, and get them skins and cloth to wear. And if they are lost, you shall go with them and show them the way. Commanding these things to your children and to their children after them forever. This is the third Ego Queen law. This is the type of vibration. These are the type of people that these so-called colonizers bumped into all the way when Columbus sailed the ocean blue in 1492. Damn near 6,000 years later, this doctrine was still being permeated on this side of the world. And these are the type of people that they bumped into. People who were sworn to take care of you. Worshippers of the Great Spirit. To the sick and helpless, to the stranger and the man who comes from where? Far away. And guess what the colonizers do? Take advantage of that. Under the auspices of Jesus, or whatever they come, or however they come. Blood in their mouth. Get sick, you nurse them back to life and all that. right? But we the savages, look at this, and to the sick and helpless, to the stranger and the man who comes from far away, to the widow who is destitute, and to the child who has no father. You shall be both father and mother to them, and take them into your house. Ain't that what our Aboriginal fathers and mothers did with these colonizers? And feed them, and give them skins and cloth to wear. And if they are lost, you should go with them and show them the way. Commanding these things to your children and to their children after them forever. This is the third Ego Queen law. That's why naturally our hospitality is off the chain, man. Naturally. Say what you want about the so-called quote unquote Negro. You know what I mean? Our hospitality is off the chain, man. It just is. It's just something in you. You know what I mean? It's just something in you, man. Look at this. Look what our great-grandfather YAH'KI was saying. And you shall not tell lies nor speak falsely against any man, woman, or child, nor break your word of promise, even if threatened with death. Me and Cal was talking about that. All you got in this word is what? Your balls and your word. All you got in this world. You ain't breaking them for nobody. But see, that doctrine, that teaching came 6,000 years ago from the great American prophet YAH'KI, great-granddaddy. Great-granddaddy. The word of your mouth shall be as unchangeable. The word of your mouth shall be as unchangeable as the setting and rising sun. A lot of us got work to do, boy. And you shall command this to your children and their children after them forever. And this is the fourth Ego Queen law. What was being taught back then, man? And you should not take and possess that which is another's, nor allow your children to do so, nor their children after them. Look at that. You commanded not to take that which belongs to someone else. Forever, which is the fifth Ego Queen law. And you should respect the times of women. And when she is pregnant with child, you should not lie with her. There you go again. They also taught that, hey, when she knocked up, no pelvises collide in mid-air. No furniture moving when she knocked up. When she's with child. But why though? Look at this. Nor give her heavy labor. Exactly. Be having her out there working and slaving. Nor angry words. You can't yell at a fella. She pregnant. Nor fret her, threaten her, hit her, but be obedient to her. Look at that, sisters. And that's why as soon as they get pregnant, as soon as they find out, it could be she's just 6 weeks pregnant. She just found out. She's not even showing. All of a sudden, her hand on her hip, she dragging. Oh, it's just the worst pain ever. You just found out 2 nanoseconds ago you pregnant. Now you're walking around here like you're 9 months pregnant, your feet swole. You know they're gonna take advantage of that one, boy. You about to be running to the store, jumping over fences. Look at this. But be obedient to her, doing whatever she asks you to do. But it is her time and she is your queen. Teaching this to your young men and women and to theirs that come after them forever, for their young are begotten of me. And I will have them what? Shapely, strong, and brave. That's why. So they can come out shapely, shaped right, strong, and fearless. Fearless. We ain't supposed, pelvises are not supposed to be colliding in mid-air when she's with child. The reason being because the Creator wants you coming out shapely, right? Like proportioned correctly, okay? Strong and brave. That's powerful. And that's the 6th Ego Queen law. Now look at this. I'm going to jump to the next one. It is. You shall labor 6 days. So before there was even an Egypt, before there was a Moses, same time period as Abraham, though, over here in the Americas, YAH'KI was teaching about the Sabbath day. Zarathustra was teaching about the Sabbath day. How to track it with the moon and all that. Saturday already been worshipped, and the methodology to observe it's been the moon for 9,000 years. Before there's a Torah, before there's a Tanakh, before there's a Yahweh, any of that. Now you got to really like process that. Look at this. You shall labor 6 days, but on the 7th day, it is the what? The moon's day. You shall not labor, hunt, or fish, but go to the altar of your creator and dance and sing before me. Sit in silence to hear my words, which I speak into the souls of men. Yeah, go meditate. Hear exactly what creator want from you or got to say to you, which I speak into the souls of men, women, and children. Teaching this to your children and to their children that come after them, which is the 7th Echo Queen law. If y'all getting some understanding, go ahead and spin a vortex up in the chat. I'm just going back over this, doing a rehash before we get all the way back down to where we supposed to be at. You know what I mean? So that's Iwata we went over. All right, son of the Great Spirit number 6 is Moses of Arabia, 1553 BC. So we a whole arc cycle later. Exactly 2,400 years later to be exact. And this is during the time, a period of Moses of Egypt or Africa, right? Chine of China or Japheth, and Capelia of India. So we started up with Zarathustra and marched on down. 5,500 years later, after Zarathustra. All right. Dealing with Moses. All right, for y'all to know, shout out to my brother Selah Shalom, Cosmon Cal. The gang, we know who Moses is in Egypt. It's Amenemhat the Fourth. It's Amenemhat the Fourth. All right, that's Moses. We'll tell you about Moses. Moses grew and became a large man, being a pure Ahuan, copper colored. There you go, Moses. So we got Abraham's physical description. Moses' physical description. You notice they are Ahuans. You know what I mean? If you know what making Ahuan, then you see that all these men were of the same stock. Dang, son. How is an Ahuan? An Ahuan made? And all of them are Ahuan and have the ability of Suis. You know, and who that come from? See what I'm saying? You start seeing the thing from Zarathustra all the way down to Yeshua. They all were the same exact stock. Dang, that's cold. That's cold. You know what I mean? That's actually cold. They all were the same stock and had that same ability of Suis. I keep trying to tell y'all, Oahspe ice cold. It's ice cold. Moses grew and became a large man, being a pure Ahuan, copper-colored and of great strength. And Pharaoh having no son, Amenemhat the third that didn't have a son. And Pharaoh having no son bestowed his heart on Moses and raised him as a prince, having provided him with men of great learning to teach him. Moses was master of many languages and also made acquainted with kings and queens and governors far and near. And he espoused the cause of the king whose dominions held 7 kingdoms beyond Egypt, his tributary kingdoms, which paid taxes to Pharaoh. Chapter 20, Ark of Bond. Let's get into it. Yeah, this was a good one too. All right, so look, we'll start right here at the top. Ark of Bond, chapter 20, Oahspe. Moses called together the heads and the rabbis privately and spoke before them, saying, "What have I taken upon me, O Creator? Behold, your sons and daughters have followed me out of Egypt. How shall I bind them to you and not to me, O my Father in heaven?" Jehovah said to me, Moses, what I say to you, say to the rabbis and to the heads. Now remember, these rabbis were during the time of Zarathustra. So the whole rabbi thing that's, you know, that's you find yourself in modern Judaism and all that, that whole concept wasn't around and didn't pop up during the Christian era. It go back to Zarathustra 9,000 years ago. He had rabbis, a part of his quote unquote religion. Look at this. Moses, what I say to you, say to the Rabbahs and to the heads, saying to them, not Moses, nor the heads, nor the Rabbahs brought you out of Egypt. You were brought out by the Creator Jehovah, who is God of all, captain of all, head of all, Rabbah of all. For this I have drawn the line between my people and my enemies, the idolaters, the idolaters of men. Because of signs and miracles, the idolaters make a man God of their magician and worship him. But who is like you, Moses, my son, in miracles? Who can match you in the magnitude of your proceeding? Who led forth millions, who led forth my millions, and delivered them out of a great power without loss of a man, woman, or child. But I declare to you, you shall do a greater miracle than any of these. For you shall preserve yourself from becoming an idol before men. For you shall proclaim me to your people in all things, teaching them that you are only a man. And your heads and your Rabbahs shall likewise teach them the same. For I will put away all idolatry from the face of the earth. Flat out. Neither will I have kings nor queens. I am sufficient for all men. That's Abraham, 2,400 years earlier than Moses. That Abraham apportioned my people into families, communities, with Rabbahs and with chief Rabbahs, so shall you reestablish them. But trip about this, Zarathustra did the same thing. So what Moses is reestablishing is technically the Zarathustrian law or the Zarathustrian religion that everybody reestablished in their time. Everybody, right? Modern day Zarathustrianism is what you call faithism. Shout out to the Creative Gang, man. We are on the right track. Same line of light. Same line of light. With Rabbahs and chief Rabbahs, so shall you reestablish them. And my commandments, which I gave to Abraham, I will give to you. And I will reestablish my crescent with my Rabbahs. And my crescent shall be the fullness of my law for the Rabbahs and chief Rabbahs. It's speaking on how they sit down when they're in communion. They sit in a crescent shape. I found that interesting. Very, very interesting, actually. Moses said, I cried to Jehovah, saying, how shall it be with the square at high noon? And the angel of Jehovah, speaking in the Father's name, said, to the northeast, God, to the southwest, Lord, to the northwest, Baal, to the southeast, Ashtaroth, for Osiris is dead already. To this end, then prepare a place for the night, so that the Great Spirit may bless us. The Rabbahs and heads said, it is well. Right, and then we going down. Now look at this. Look at this right here. Nah, let's do 12. And when it was night, Moses with the Rabbahs and the heads went aside, placing sentinels, so they would be alone. And when they were thus prepared, the light of the Creator came upon Moses, and the books of the ancients were opened before him. Look at that. And he administered the rites of faithism in Methakava. Told you, boy. Started in the days of Zarathustra, and he administered Methakava upon them by the voice of the Creator. He reestablished it with all the rites and ceremonies as they are to this day. And after that, the heads were no longer called heads, but chief Rabbahs, for Moses anointed them by command of Jehovah. And in not many days, Moses wrote the Levitican laws. Now look at this. Now look at this. And in not many days, Moses wrote the Levitican laws, for the inner temple of Jehovah was in spoken words only, but the outer temple was written. You see that? For the inner temple of Jehovah was in spoken words only. It was oral. But the outer temple was written. So that it was said that Hebrews have two laws, one which no other man knows, and one for those who are not eligible by faith, being those who are called who? Leviticans, but not Leviticans in fact, but hangers on who had followed. I'm talking about you under the Leviticus laws today, and these chief priests. The Leviticans ain't even Israelites, who had followed the Israelites out of Egypt, and who for the most part had no God, little judgment, and no learning. But regarding all that Moses did and taught and how he labored with his own hands, many books could be written. And it is doubtful if the world ever produced another so good and great a man. Look at that. Son of the Great Spirit, number 7, Kepha Yisrael of India. Look at that brother right there. He looked first, boy. That brother looked first. Same time period as Moses, it was a brother named Kepha in the earth. Doing the same type of works in India. Same type of works. Dang, son. Let me get some water out real quick. You know what I mean? Get some water real quick, fam. Y'all rock out real quick.
And oh yeah, put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feel it when you're feeling up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you're breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you feel it up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you're breathing rarefied air,
Just that job theft, that child man, that papa bull, that towel man, since sunset in the arc away. My brain moving like towel saying, so ass above, it's so below. That up and that down thing, this flow is atmospheric. I call that a ground game. See, water is knowledge, so if I'm teaching, you're learning. So how your God make a sun without vortexing and current? See the pattern is panic, I'm reaching out for my people. Oahspe flow through your speakers, you feel the force of the ether. And when the force gets the equal, I'm taking off like an eagle. Police popped the pastor yesterday for pushing political. My DNA is Moshe. Mix that thing with higher water. My spirit rate is OTN. It's just a higher order. Got more light than Kavita. Rap a lot just like Tila. Went from sinner to saint. Shout out my big homie Sela. Got more torque than a sports car. Got more work than a door star. In the 4 million I make, I'm giving the doctor my oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you're feeling up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you're breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you feel it up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you're breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Super 7 in my rites and ceremonies. I'm married to Jehovah, holy matrimony. Confucius say, in the words of Kai, you, before you hit the tomb, be a bridegroom. Only got one question for Miss Susan B. On how to last Ahu when it's now an ennui. Blame my inspiration, I'm just thinking thoughts. But in the way of God, we gon' keep it short. Why Jesus wanna kill me, Matthew 10:34. Just a couple questions that I'm needing to know. Oahspe flow is so potent, set the vortex in motion. Super 7, I'm floating across the Aegean Ocean. Oh, you a Muslim now, so I guess you make it Salah. Well, I'm an Israelite, I'ma make you met the Shabbat. Got Moses on the bumper, super slap off in my spaceship photosphere. So I stay lit, peace and light to the faith is so yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you're feeling up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you're breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you feel it up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you're breathing rarefied air, oh yeah.
Shout out to the God Cosmon Cow, boy. Yeah, man, that deal go hard. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Man, that deal hit though. You listen to what Cal saying on there? Man, look, y'all ain't messing with our squad. Our squad is on a whole nother level. That ain't being braggadocious, but it's just speaking the truth, man. It's just speaking the truth. Now look at this. So we on Kepha now, right? Kepha of India, he lived 1553 BC, same time as Moses. Same time as Moses of Egypt. Now, how powerful was that to know that while Moses was doing his thing in Egypt, it was a brother doing the same thing and teaching the same thing in India. 24 years after Abraham, and 2,400 years after Brahma in India, it was this brother named Kepha. All right, we need to read a little bit of these. Yeah, start right here. You start seeing it's the same line of light. This brother look first though. You know what I mean? And that's all his hair. That brother look like he ain't playing with you. I'm gonna be honest with you, boy. When they say Abraham was first to look upon, boy, this the picture right here. Nigga, this cat look like he, boy, stir the soul up out of you, boy. He don't look like he playing at all. Oh, Kepha. Uncle Kepha. What up, Unc? Let me go holler at my Uncle Kepha. Here we go, what up? I'll read a little bit of what he was talking about. Jehovah said to Kepha, my chosen shall not have kings. Uh-oh. All right, here you go, telling us who your king is. Who your king is and all that. Look what the Creator said to Kepha. My chosen shall not have kings. I, the Creator, am king. As through Zarathustra, I gave Rabbahs and chief Rabbahs. So have I done the same through you and their families or my family. See, same structure, same setup, same order. Same exact order. And he Creator keep referring back to Zarathustra, which at this point was 5,500 years earlier. And the same system and order was still there. It was the same exact line of light. Same exact line of light. And notice the Rabbahs, which ended up becoming a rabbi. No? But this is in India. Look at this. To the unrighteous I give kings and kingdoms of men, for they who do not perceive me, who in the higher law shall have that which they can perceive, which is the lower law. The kingdom is thrust upon you. What will you do, Kepha? What will you do? Kepha said, what shall I do, O Jehovah? Jehovah answered, saying, permit yourself to be proclaimed at home and in the provinces, after which you shall ratify the laws, and then abdicate, and the kingdom shall fall into other hands. Kepha was proclaimed and known as King Kepha, and he left the throne. He's like, I ain't gonna be king, I'm cool. And left the throne, abdicated, and then Oahspe became king. And he became obligated to Kepha. See, so he changed the laws around to where the king would have to listen to him. And then he abdicated the throne, let him be the king. But through the laws that couldn't be changed, the king had to listen and was obligated to Kepha, so that the latter, though not king, Kepha, stood as a protector over the faithless. That was powerful. Even greater than Oahspe. Nor could any laws be enacted affecting the faithless without the consent of Kepha. Look at that. That's cold. He ended up getting his kingdom, but again, remember, Creator is the only king. He like, I ain't trying to be king. What you're gonna do is change some laws around to protect my chosen. And once you do that, and you put them down to where they can't be altered or changed, abdicate the throne and make it to where the king, whoever there, is obligated to you. And whatever happened with the faithless, they got to run across your desk first. You got to get your consent. That's powerful, boy. Look at it. Jehovah has said, my people should be a separate people. They should live under my laws, for I am their king. Now the whole time, look at this. Now the whole time from Kepha's first beginning of the restoration of who? The Zarathustrians or faithists. Why is this steady going back to the same mode of operation? Standard operating procedure. You stop. How is it that it's still going back? No matter which division of earth we go into, it's the same thing. Same thing. until establishing a protectorate for them was 5 years. After this, Kepha traveled about east and west and north and south, collecting together the scattered remnants of his people. And he established them in colonies and taught them not only rites and ceremonies, but also taught the lost arts of tilling the soil and making fabrics out of hemp, wool, and silk. And he established schools and provided teachers for them. Look at that. So he's providing for their advancement and their resurrection. Kepha said the first virtue is to learn to find Jehovah in all things and to love and glorify him. Look what Kepha taught. Kepha of India. Look what he taught. The third virtue is to eat no fish, nor flesh, nor other unclean thing. For what profit is it to bathe the outer part if one puts filth within? Good night, boy. Good night. I ain't heard nothing evil yet. That's all you hear from these cats, man. Evil. Nigga, evil. You know what I mean? No. Telling somebody demonic over here. No, your God is demonic. Yeah. Son of the Great Spirit, number 8. This is where we left off at. Chine of Japheth. Where you get China from. So Moses, Kepha, and Chine of Japheth all lived doing the same. They were born at the same time and taught the same thing, though they never met each other. All right? So you walking right on down the timeline. Tucker Chen. Chapter 21, Ark of Bond, History of Chine of Japheth, founder of China. Founder of China. History of the faith is in all the divisions of the earth, man. I'm trying to tell y'all, Oahspe ice cold. Oahspe ice cold. What other book you got bringing all that out? Like, how are they teaching the exact same thing? Y'all before internet? Before an iPhone, before a plane was in the sky, before there was a telephone, before there were pages, before there was a computer, before there was a car on the street. This information was being brought forth and revealed in the late 1800s, 1881, 1882. They all saying the same exact thing, and they all go back to Zarathustra. Dang. What's really happening? What's really going on? Check this out. Now we on China, or Chine of China, of Japheth, founder of China, 1553 BC. So we got what we got so far. We got Zarathustra, 7053 BC, 22nd arc cycle, the Ark of Lu, 7053 to 3953 BCE. All right. Then we got, which was 3,100 years to be exact. Then we got the Ark of Speda, which is the 23rd arc cycle since the creation of mortals, right? 3953 BCE to 1553 BCE, 2,400 years, right? And in that arc cycle, we got Abram, Brahma, Poe, of who we call Japheth, later became China, and Iwata of America. All taught the exact same thing, all ate the same way, all even divided families up into communities and all that the exact same way, and all had rabbis, heads and leaders. All right, so after the 23rd arc cycle, which is the Ark of Speda, you got the Ark of Bond, which started in 1553 BCE and ended with the start of the Cosmon era in 1848 of the Common Era. All right, who do we have during that arc cycle? We have, well, starting that arc cycle, should I say? We got Moses, right, of Egypt. We got Kepha of India, right? And we got Chine or Chinese of China, starting that arc cycle, 1553 BC, right? So we not only giving you the who, We giving you the what, the when, the how, all of it. We're giving you the whole rundown. All right, now look at this. Look at this right here. Anybody that disagree with us should be able to produce a better system and order than this. You should be able to produce a better system and order than this. These are the generations of the 7 antecedents of China, the chosen of the Great Spirit or Mars, otherwise in Phoenician, Eloi, that is to say. Now y'all know I'm about to tear these names up. Zewang begot Hegon, who begot Aso, who begot Zuyang, who begot Apang, who begot Tichukli, who begot Chinlu, who begot Ashu, who begot Chini, gifted in Suis and Sarges of 6 generations. Of these, Zuyang and Aso were prophets of Jehovah or Mars. And Asu was a Sur, but the 6 generations could hear the voice, and they walked upright, keeping the commandments of the Creator as revealed in what? The Zarathustrian laws. Y'all, we 5,500 years after Zarathustra. Bond chapter 24, Oahspe. Look at this. Let's get into it. What you game? What you think? Playing? The great cities of the ancients in Japheth have been destroyed by Joss or Tien. Right? And that's not, again, a false god will come and take on the name, you know what I mean, and change the doctrine. We read that earlier. But just bear with us. The great cities of the ancients in Japheth have been destroyed by Joss and his evil spirits who inspired mortals to war. And for the most part, it was a land of ruins. But now thousands of cities standing beside the broken walls were spread over the entire breadth of the land. The Creator spoke to Chinese saying, now is a good time, or Chine, now is a good time for my chosen. Behold my enemies, the idolaters. You can recognize them by their soldiers. They are weak now. They pant with the labor of their great battles. Let my people come out of their quarters and hold up their heads. Say to them, O Chine, there is no Joss, no Ho-Joss, no Tien, no Po-Tien to make you afraid. And while the enemy rests, bid my sons and daughters arise. They shall inhabit the land that is spoiled and cause it to bloom and bring forth abundantly. Call up my outlawed race. The enemy is sick of his wounds. His heart is ashamed and disconsolate. He is cast down. Yeah, because war begets war. You know what I mean? It ain't no good that the blowback after war is horrible. Well, after they done destroyed each other in these lands, and all but then extinct themselves, now the chosen come out. See? So after all the fallout and, you know what I mean, whatever you gonna do, dealing with this whole, you know, dystopian or utopian or the great reset that's coming, when you're done talking, the ones with the faithists are the ones with the knowledge. The know-how. Your skill ain't going nowhere. You know what I mean? AKA the know-how. It ain't going nowhere. The science ain't going nowhere. Look, so after all the fallout from war, guess who got to rebuild your systems? Guess who got to rebuild society? We do. Chine went to Ashang and gathered up many converts, descendants. Look at this. Descendants of the faithists, the pure Brahmins, the line of Zarathustra. Come on now. The people of the great all one, who did not, and y'all, this is going down in China, who did not accept gods and lords, and he established them and invented plows and mattocks for digging the ground. These implements have been lost and destroyed since hundreds of years, and no man knew how to make them. Look at that. Now now you're getting your agricultural science back up and getting the proper tools needed to bring forth out of the earth. Look how much darkness the false gods had to men. They didn't even know how to make a damn plow, man. Shovels. Look at this. Shine said to them, this is a good philosophy. Do not wait till you are well fed and clothed before you bow your heads down at the altar of Creator. When you have prayed and sung before him, then go forth into the field to work, and he will bless you. Remember the heathen, they say first provide the natural body and then the spirit. But I say to you, the Creator created them both together. Jehovah created them both, the natural body and the spirit together. And he who says first provide the natural body never looks to his spirit afterward. In all things give precedence to the spirit. That's powerful. That's a jewel right there. I can use that. In all things give precedence to the spirit. As the Creator is over all his works, so should the spirit of man be over man's works and over his corporeal body also. If you're giving precedence to the spirit, that means you're spirit led. You're not impulsive when it comes down to decision making and all that. They say whatever you're doing, give precedence to the spirit. Look at it through a spiritual lens. Look at this. Look at this. This is Chine, the founder of China. Well, what, 3,500 years ago? And that laid the foundation of the wisdom of your forefathers. The who? The Zarathustrians. Look at this, man. For the heathen and the idolater who labor for self, what are they but servants to the flesh? I'm a team player, man. If you labor for self, it's all about you being the big I. There are no big I's and little U's. Team players over here, man. Solid over this way. But knows what he say, those who labor for themselves, the individuals, they are idolaters. They're idolaters. They're heathen in the Creator's eyes. For the heathen and the idolater who labor for self, what are they but servants to the flesh? Wow. Those people who labor for the raising of the spirit. See, that's us. That's CGG. That's Creator gang. Those people who labor for the raising of the spirit, which is through purity, love, goodness, and justice, are on the right road to become a great people. Y'all heard that? All you got to do is get out there and do something good, man. But when they strive or fight every man for himself, such people are beginning to fall. When it's all, I got mine, you better get yours, you ain't going nowhere. There's a people. But if you labor or work for the raising of the spirit of the next man, woman, and child through purity, love, goodness, and justice, as a collective, we on the right path, man. If you understand that, spin a vortex up in the chat, man. Get some vortices flowing. Look at this. Her boundaries may be large. Her boundaries may be large and her people increasing. But she has a cankerworm within that. Sooner or later, will let her down suddenly. Y'all heard that? It may look good on the outside, large boundaries. People increase, having babies every year. She has a cankerworm within that, though. See, as a collective, we supposed to be working to raise the spirit of those that's around. But whenever we get to the point of where we selfish, see, we supposed to be selfless. That's why the four horsemen. That's why we so dangerous. Because we selfless. It ain't about neither one of us. You feel me? We come together, strategize for the team, for the collective, and just show up and kick ass and take names. Yeah. Yeah, that's an organ. That's an organization. That's an organ. It's what Oahspe calls the organic habitations. The inorganic that is not organized. It's sloppy. It's all over the place. It's selfish. So it may look good, even though you start off selfish and it's all for you. So I'm gonna be all about me. It may look good. There's a cankerworm within that. Sooner or later, we'll let her down suddenly. Two extremes meeting are always dangerous. Two extreme meetings Two extremes meeting are always dangerous. And what's that, Malaki? Great wealth and extensive poverty. It not only devolves on the rich to give their substance to the poor, but they should go among them, teaching them and lifting them up. It ain't good enough for you to get your money. You got to go now. You got to roll your sleeves up and show somebody how to get that same type of money you got cracking. When it comes to being practical and showing, niggas don't be wanting to do that. You don't even be wanting to throw the alley-oop. Nigga, what are you doing? What are you doing? How we go through all this and you turn into an individual? What the hell is you doing? Nigga, throw the alley-oop so we can keep it pushing. See, you ain't going nowhere. See, these teachings promote not only unity with your creator, but also with your fellow man. Right? You ain't going nowhere individually. You ain't getting up past your earlobes. The angels move as a unit. When they come with all that light, they melt you almost. They ain't coming as no individuals. Not really. It's usually a whole bunch of them come through. See, so that's the trick. All right, well, you may be all right and cool, but what about the team? Like, what you look like looking good, but the team ain't winning. Like, the hell is that about? Well, oh, you over there with the okay, with the team, but nigga, y'all owing 16 though. Nah. Ain't one, y'all owing 82, ain't one damn basketball game last year. But you had 30 every game. Y'all ain't win that damn basketball game last year. Your team went 0-82. No? But you make 10 threes a game. Nah, bro. That ain't how that works. You feel me? The Angels move out as a unit. They're a team. CGG is a team. Right? We ain't individual. We're a team. You know what I mean? Move as a unit. That's what makes us so much of a threat. That's why niggas really don't want us around them. That's why they really like on some shadow ban. Because they understand we come through deep. We doing what y'all have failed to do in the conscious community. Link up. Link up. Strategize. Put your teams outside, man. Shit, them solo debates is all right. All right, let's see if Jabari can put a team together. Huh? Let's see if Jabari can put a team together. Let's see if Yahweh been trying to put teams together. He done lost. The tiny gun done lost both times horribly. Let's see what your ingenuity like. Let's see how you work with others. You see? Because that's what it's like when we get into the heavens. We're going to be an organic body. We got to move in unison with that team like. And today you got people that, you know what I mean, needed all the assistance, needed somebody to throw them the alley-oop. You know what I mean? Need somebody to be there for them. And then, shit, them niggas get through the door and it be like, the hell? Nigga, throw the alley-oop. What you doing? What is you doing? And then what you realize is your light too bright. See, you come around like that, then you know what I mean? It's like holding a candle to the sun. You ain't gonna be tripping off the candle at all. You're gonna be tripping off that sun, right? But see, if you was someone whose light gonna shine anyway, you wouldn't even, none of that matters. If you somebody that's like, look, I'm a team player, as long as the team winning, none of that matters. Huh? If you shine, we all shining. Let's get it. And what you find out is, you feel me? No, he didn't flip to being selfish. And he know if you come around talking like that, then you gonna be outshining this sticker, man. You know what I mean? So that's what that be. But man, look, it's all about the team. See, and the angels move out the same exact way in spirit. That's the beautiful thing about Oahspe. They move when Serpenti armies pull up. She got millions of hitters with her, millions of light bearers. They so deep they'll blind you. You see, that's what this whole thing is about, man. So get your team together, put your team out there, and always remember this too: if you don't feed your wolves, what they gonna do? They gonna put you on the menu. All right, get you a team out there, man, and make sure y'all solid. Make sure y'all solid. You need somebody around you. Always keep somebody around you that's gonna shoot straight with you too. You want somebody around that's gonna tell you, "Hey, you bullshit. Hey, look, watch out. What you doing?" You need that element around you to keep you on track. You don't need a whole bunch of yes men, right? Now look at this right. And this is why I'm saying this. Look at this. This is powerful. It's real. Go back to verse 11. Look what it says. Two extremes meeting are always dangerous, great wealth and extensive poverty. It not only devolves on the rich to give their substance to the poor, but they shall go among them, teaching them. So if you got it, rich man, teaching them, teaching those who ain't got it, teaching those around you who ain't got it the way you got it, teaching them and lifting them up. That's your job if you own. If you own, you supposed to be putting everybody on that kept it solid with you. You supposed to. Look at this. That's look, y'all. That's the system in order of the heavens. That's how your maker get down. Look at this. He who does not do this, consider how vain it is for him to pray to the Creator. Whoa. Whoa. Huh? You got it, ain't showing nobody else how to get it. Whoa, boy, what is, I told y'all this Oahspe ice cold. This Oahspe is ice cold. Let's look at it again. It not only, that go for those, you know what I mean, especially like the generation ahead of us, before us, a lot of them elders never wanted to show us nothing, man. They just will be laughing at you trying to figure it out. Then the young brother got to get out there and go figure it out, and got to create his own lane and get it cracking. But a lot of the elder cats that you know what I mean, that was like a generation ahead of us, they was real secretive about how they got their money, man. Like they really wasn't putting bros on. Like, hey, look, this is what's up. This is what I'm doing. This is how you can do it. You know what I mean? You take it and you figure out how to do it better than me, young blood. Like, shit, that's what's up. Take it and figure out how to do it better than me, nephew. It ain't good enough just to give somebody money. It not only devolves on the rich to give their substance to the poor, which of course, right? But they shall go among them, teaching them and lifting them up. So if you, especially if you someone that has a bag and you know, plenty of people then assisted you or helped you, you feel me, in your rise or whatever you call yourself doing, right? Your job is to come back amongst them and show them how you did what you did, right? Your job ain't to be afraid that they might outshine you. That ain't your job, because remember, you're a team. If one shine, we all shine. And look, that ain't just in word. It ain't just, oh man, you know, we all good. Shit, I'm up, we all up. No, look, that's all action though. You got to show that. You can tell a nigga, if I'm up, we all up. Okay, well, how are you showing that to them? By doing what? Because remember, you're supposed to come back around and put them on, show them. Look, this is what I did to do that. This was needed. This is the exact strategy I did. You know what I mean? And watch that deal start stacking up for you. Bing, 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 bing. This is this step 1, this step 2, this step 3, this step 4, all the way down to the complete. This is everything I did. You know what I mean? And if you need some more help, let me know. I got you. That's how that's supposed to go. You know what I mean? Same way you'll do with your children, I would suppose. Now look at this. He who does not do that, he who does not look after those who are less fortunate than them, or those who don't got it like you got it, and not willing to show them how you got it, he who does not do this, consider how vain it is for him to pray to the Creator. Look at that. His prayer does not rise upward. It don't get up past your nostrils. Let him first answer the poor himself. This is the opening of his own soul. So Jehovah can reach him. Y'all see that? That's powerful, boy. That's powerful, boy. Whoa. Watch me straight tell you. You better, hey, look, if you own, you better put somebody on. Look, if you own, you better show somebody how to get on. Don't just give money, show them what you did to get where you at. And if you're not doing that, your prayers ain't getting up past your earlobes. If y'all understand that, throw some 8s up in the chat. That's powerful, man. That's powerful. Now ask yourself how many people you done been for, right, in your life, right, that may have caught some type of break, but they never reached back to go ahead and say, okay, this is what, hey, look, right on. This is what I did, step by step. Step 1, I did this. Step 2, I did this. Step 3, I did this. Come on, I'm finna show you. I ain't finna just give you some money. I'm finna show you how to keep this money coming. You know what I mean? I appreciate you being there for me. Type. Oahspe say, if you ain't willing to do that, if once you get in a position to be on it, you ain't willing to do that, he said, consider how vain your prayers are. Huh? He who does not do this, consider how vain it is for him to pray to the Creator. Wow. Vain means worthless. That means your prayers ain't getting up past your nostrils. Creator say, go answer the poor first. Huh? Go put all your homies on that you left back in the jungle. Do that first. Man, that's powerful, bro. Wow. It's a he who does not do this, consider how vain or worthless it is for him to pray to the Creator. His prayer does not rise upward. Let him first answer the poor himself. This is the opening of his own soul. So the Creator can reach him. You see that? Go answer the poor first. Look at this. Remember that all men have judgment and that they should be perfected to see things from their own standpoint. And not from yours. Consider then how unjust it is to foist on any man your opinions uncalled for. Boy, this is a Oahspe headshot, boy. All men have judgment, and that they should be perfected to see things from their own vantage point, not yours. You can't force your vantage point on nobody. He calls it unjust. Shine established families of the chosen, but limited them to 200. And to each family, he gave one priest. But he set a limit. Of 4,000 people to dwell in any one city. Wow. Look at this. Shine said, you have been afflicted with gods. I was sent into the world by the Creator. This is what this Chinese brother is saying. I was sent into the world by the Creator to deliver you to liberty in the family. I am only a man. I have no authority in myself. Jehovah the Creator dwells freely in me. You can attain the same. Look at that. Look at that, boy. Look at that, boy. Boy, this I'm about to reread this story, boy. This deal hard. Because he is within me. See, the Creator is ever present. Because he is within me, this shall be called Shine land. There is a time for this. My name is like, what is this called? There is a time for this. My name is like a post to mark the time when the Creator began his temple of peace, which shall extend over all these people. Wow. Jehovah says, why will man be vain about himself? Truly, I not have created one man on the face of the earth who was composed of himself. Instead, he is made up of all oddities, soul and body. Consider his flesh, where he received it from, and how he sustains it. Not so much as one hair on his head is of his own making. Neither is it made out of new material, but has been used over and over forever. Dang. Nor is even his mind his own. not even his simplest thought, but he is made up of borrowed things from beginning to end. For so I created him. It's vain for man to be egotistical and selfish. Nothing that makes you up is your own. He imagines I, who created him, am nothing. But even his imagination, he picked up from someone else. He gathers a little here and a little there and then proclaims what he knows. Shine said, one man says I am normal. Neither angels nor mortals rule over me. Yet he has only boasted like a crazy man who will say the same thing. Another says, behold, my wisdom, the highest of angels discourse through me. Yet he does not know whether it is true or not. Nor do any of them know the fountainhead. For if an angel says it, the angel himself is made up of borrowed knowledge. See? Shine said, I saw a great mathematician one day. Look at this. Look at this. This was powerful. Shine said, I saw a great mathematician one day. And he said, there are no gods, no lords, no angels, no all person. Everything is void. He showed me a book he had, and I asked, who made the book? Hold on. I saw, hold on, it's cold right here. I saw a great mathematician one day, and he said, there are no gods, no lords, no angels, no all person. Everything is void. He showed me a book he had. I asked, who made the book? He said, I made it. No, I did not make the cloth nor the binding, I made the philosophy that is in the book. No, I did not make the philosophy, but found it. No, it was not lost. I led myself to find the philosophy. No, a man cannot lead himself. That I searched and found what was new to me. So very little of that book was his after all. Man, that was cold. Hold on. See how he parked him? He parked that boy. He parked the atheist, the mathematician. He parked the atheist in handicap. Parked him. The very book you claim you wrote, none of it is yours. None of it came from you. That's crazy, man. So you really see with the changing of the ideologies now, it's a shift of perception. It's a shift of consciousness. It's a shift of your mind. You know what I mean? He just basically parked that mathematician. You know what I mean? He basically parked that mathematician. You know what I mean? That was cold. I'm gonna read that again. Shine said, I saw a great mathematician one day, and he said, there are no gods, no lords, no angels, no all person. Everything is void. He showed me a book he had, and I asked, who made the book? He said, I made it. No, I did not make the cloth, nor the binding. I made the philosophy that is in the book. No, I didn't. I did not make the philosophy, but found it. No, I ain't do that either. Because it wasn't lost. I led myself to find the philosophy. Well, damn, I ain't do that either. A man cannot lead himself. That I searched and found what was new to me. So very little of that book was his after all. Sit down somewhere. Look at this. Look at this. I saw 3 angels standing beside that man, and they were laughing at him. If I had asked the angels, they might have said no. The thought were ours. And had I looked further, I would have seen angels behind them claiming the same things. Yet even they are not the highest. Facts. Come on now. Look at this. That's why they fear Oahspe, boy. It exposed the false gods everywhere. So that I say to you, all things come from an all highest. So that I say to you, all things come from an all highest. Name him what you will. Name him what you will. The one who says, Jehovah spoke to me, he of all is nearest the mark. For all good knowledge that comes to man is Creator's word to that man. Come on now. For all good knowledge that comes to man is Creator's word to that man. Whether it comes by an angel or by another man, or by the commonest corporeal thing, it is nevertheless from the All-Highest. It makes no sense for no man to be egotistical and braggadocious, man. It don't make any sense. Nothing that you have thought, nothing that you have produced, nothing that makes you up is your own. It's all borrowed. Look at this. Look at this. I ain't heard nothing evil yet for you slanderous jaw misfits. Look at this. For which reason do not bow down and worship the man or angels, but only to the highest, Jehovah, for he is the figurehead and pinnacle of the all-highest conceived of. And in contradistinction, the all-lowest, the foot of the ladder, call it darkness and evil, and wickedness and sin, and death and Satan. Do not attribute or attribute this or that to men or angels, for they themselves are not first causes, nor responsible except in part, but attribute all good, high, best, and wise things to Jehovah, and all evil, dark, wicked, low things to Satan. Look at that. So for any of you so-called brews who ain't scared of Oahspe, next time somebody ask you that. Well, I mean, God created good, so he created evil too. And so God is responsible for the evil, and evil is good. And Oahspe just shot that right out the water. But attribute all good, high, best, and wise things to Jehovah, and all evil, dark, wicked, low things to who? Satan. Look at this. Look at this. By these terms, you shall make plain to one another what you mean. It is an easy matter to look into your own souls and comprehend as to which of these two you most incline. You either with the Creator or you on demon time. There are no neutral game colors in this. There are no non-affiliates. You either with the Creator, or you over that way on the path of declension. Resurrection or declension. There is no middle ground, and there are no neutral game colors. There are no non-affiliates. It's either resurrection or declension. The same applies for every mortal and angel. Spirit of the dead. It is. The soul may be likened to a vine, which can be trained either upward or downward. And if you desire to know if a vine is up or down, you look for the fruit and not to the fragrance. Because it could smell good, but it's still on the declension. It's on the decline. The soul may be likened to a vine, which can be trained either up or down. And if you desire to know if a vine is up or down, look for the fruit and not to the fragrance. So, some men pray much, but as to good works, they are like a vine without fruit, but with plenty of fragrance. It sounds good. If you get some understanding, throw some sevens up in the chat, man. We over here working. Over here getting some game from Uncle Capilla. Uncle Capilla over here dropping some jewels, boy. Link is pinned at the top of the chat for anybody that want to hop on, man. Y'all hop on and chop it up with your fam. Chop it up with your little brother. Chop it up with your little brother. Hey, Creator say, if you got it and you ain't put nobody on and showed them how to get it, then your prayers are vain. Your prayers ain't getting up past your earlobes. Dang, son. Book of the Ark of God, Oahspe, chapter 25. More on Uncle Capilla. What Uncle Cap talking about, man? Capilla look serious. Judge the all highest inspiration of any man or woman, not by their words, but by their works. For the raising up of the world should be mostly accomplished by the fruit of judicious marriage. Wow. You want to know the inspiration of any man or woman? Look at what they work. Look at their works. Shanae said, I declare bondage to men that they do not know of. For it belongs in the next world. Wow. So what's coming up in the next world? What's going on, Uncle Cap? Uncle Capilla? The hell going on in the next world? You want to put us on game about? Look at this, which is the beginning of selfish offspring. You done brought forth some little jokers that's selfish. Remember, Unc say, I declare a bondage to men that they do not know of. You don't know that you're directly responsible for your offspring in the next world, which is the beginning of selfish offspring in this world. For while their heirs are in darkness, they themselves cannot rise in heaven. Wow. 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 So now guess what? You gotta work on raising up your children. Right? They are your heirs. Look at this. Look at this. Yet I also declare glory in heaven. To those who wed in self-abnegation. Meaning you're not self-centered, in other words. Who do good to others constantly and with delight. They bring forth heirs to glorify the Creator in good works also. So if both of y'all marry and both of y'all are selfless and bring forth children, your children will be like that. Glorify Creator and good works also. For this reason, the mark of circumcision was given to your forefathers. Let the faithless women be led astray, lest the faithless women be led astray by idolaters. And yet, despite all precautions, many fail, being tempted by the flesh. And their heirs descended lower and lower in darkness until they lost sight of all person and did not believe in him. The hand hardened from toil will ensure a better heir than the dimpled hand of a proud woman. The latter was a soul of passions, and her offspring will have souls like a mixture of gall and sugar. Though they are sweet, they will prove to be bitter in time to come. Consider your heir. Consider your children, y'all. Consider your heir. Show him an orderly house with a head, so that he may grow up understanding the discipline of earth and heaven. It is. And what we've been getting out of all these great men of antiquity, they were big on family. They were big on household, big on structure. You know what I mean? Because that's how else you going to build any type of nation or righteous kingdom. It starts with the smallest building block, which is man and woman coming together and having a child, which becomes a family. And then when you start linking families together, you got a village. You know what I mean? Then you got a city. Then you got a state. Then you got an empire. The father shall be master in all things, and the mother shall be vice master in all things, to rule in his absence. For each family shall be a kingdom of itself. Look at that. But no one shall be a tyrant, though he has precedence in all things. Do not sit down at the table to eat until all stand gathered about it. And when they are seated, you shall say in your praise, O Jehovah, we receive this. Your gift be with us for your own glory forever. Amen. For the chief virtue of the words lies in the discipline for the young mind. For the chief virtue of the words lies in the discipline for the young mind, holding him steadfast in the orderly manner of the angels in heaven. And because he speaks the prayers with you, he learns to honor you with good rejoicing. And when the sons and daughters are yet small, you should teach them to work, inspiring them above all things not to fall into idleness, which lies at the borders of hell. Creator ain't turning out nobody lazy, right? But do not overburden them, nor give them pain, remembering they are to be your glory, which the Creator bestowed to you to be in your keeping, not for your self-aggrandizement, but for their own delights and holy pleasures. For they shall sing and play, talking about these short-leggers, for they shall sing and play and clap their hands and rejoice and dance. For these are their thanks to the Creator. When them short-leggers having fun and just running around and smiling, you know what I mean? That's how they express their gratitude to their Maker. But these are their thanks to the Creator, and the earth should be glad because they came into the world. That's powerful. Remember that labor should be delight and toil a great delight to have it. Otherwise, for your children and for yourself, is to prostitute man to be like a beast of the field. But you shall bring them into groups, and their labor shall be a frolic and full of instruction. And even your little ones shall learn that you are only a brother, an elder brother, and one of the children of the same Creator, teaching them that one who hoards and keeps things as his own possessions is like a cannibal. We know we got people in our families that are hoarders. You know some hoarders. A hoarder is like a cannibal who eats the flesh and blood of his kindred. Whoa. Above all things, you should teach them to keep holy and pure the body created with them. For in this lies health and strength. To be foul is to be sick. To be sick is to be foul. Behold, the heathen and idolater, the feeders on flesh and blood. And the time they boast of health, they stink like a carcass. Their flesh is congested and puffed up, their breath like a kennel of dogs. How can their souls be pure of their understanding, or their understanding clear? They have made themselves a festering stink house for the spirit to dwell in. And they say, Bah, I see no Jehovah. I know no all person. I deny the souls of all things. Where is the spirit? I cannot see it, or the sound of its voice. I cannot hear it. And if there is a great spirit, let him come before me. I would see him. Yes, in their filthy bodies, they say this. Let them be pure, and they will understand the vanity of such words. We coming down to the end, y'all. Son of the Great Spirit, number 9, Sakaya of India, also known as who? Buddha, 752 BCE. Wow. India turned out a lot of prophets. China too. A lot of prophets, man. A lot of prophets. It's 752, so it's still the same arc cycle as Moses and them. 24th arc cycle, the Ark of Bond. All right. The Ark of Bond, we got the brother Sakaya of India, also known as Buddha. Shout out to my brother Bronze, yo. Yeah, man. Sakaya's Doctrine. Let's get into it. God's Book of Escrow, Oahspe, headshot. We getting understanding today. We getting understanding today, baby. All right, right here. Notice how they all say the same thing. Sakaya said, you cannot associate with all men, for many are of diverse tastes and habits. Nevertheless, do not refuse all association because of this. For there are those who are consonant with you, and yet those who are disagreeable to you, nevertheless, are compatible to others. Oahspe has created a large field. Its people are numerous, and there are many in the world, so like others that they are as one in all things. Choose those with whom you are consonant. And as you become one with one another, so do you become one with who? The Creator. And see how all these men in different parts of the earth, from China all the way over here to the Americas, all was operating under one line of light, one doctrine, one Creator. Some call them the Great Spirit, some said Jehovah, some said Echo Quim, some said Ten, some said Ormaz, right? What we read earlier, call them who you like. It's come down to the character and the action. And that's what a lot of people didn't understand, especially those Lions Den misfits, JJ and them. They never understood. Like Daryl Cosman come out and say Yahweh is a demon or Yahweh is a demon in the Bible. And then y'all hear us say Jehovah or Yahweh, but y'all saying the same word. Y'all still ain't figured out that it's not the same person because they're not acting the same. It's a total different character. One is saying go to war, shed blood, kill babies, chop off goat heads. The other one is saying the total opposite with the same name. So which one is the real one? You ain't been taught how to properly discern spirits yet. The name don't even matter. It's about what's being inspired, what's being taught, what is the character and morality of the deity we talking about here. No matter if you said Jesus, Yahweh Shai, Yahweh, Ahia, Yahuwah, whatever you saying, is he talking about killing infants? Is he sanctioning you to go to war? Does the smell of a chopped off goat head, dissected organs, does the smell of dead flesh and blood smell good to it? Is it sitting on a throne, presently parked, as presently parked in a chair? That ain't the Jehovah or Yahweh we talking about. We talking about the ever-present Creator. Ever-present means everywhere at one time. Within you and without you. And yet invisible. Not in the form and figure of any man, woman, animal, angel, none of that. So even though the name may be the same or similar, it's not the same one. Why? Because of the character and the action behind it, the morality. If you understand that we differentiate between who we talking about versus who they talking about by character and action, the royal vortex up in the chat. Throw a vortex up in the chat. All right, let's keep going. Look at this again. Choose those with whom you are consonant, and as you become one with one another, so that you become one with the Creator. But most of all, virtue, industry, and good works will come into the world by the examples you place before the young. Look at that. You want virtue in industry? You want good works to come into the world? That comes into the world by the examples you place before the young. You supposed to be focusing on the short leggers, really. A lot of these old jokers just gonna die in their ways. That's it. It is better to hide and subdue your temper in presence of the young men. It is better to hide and subdue your temper in presence of the young than to conquer a whole state by force of arms. It is better to hide and subdue your temper in presence of the young than to conquer a whole state by force of arms. Look at that. You think the good old United States of America is the best because of what? It's standing military. In the eyes of the Creator, they're the weakest then. The one with the most guns, the most soldiers is the weakest. The young or your angels given you by the Creator, and you are their gods. Consider then what kind of a kingdom you raise up. Your children are your angels, and you are their gods. What type of kingdom you raising up? Happiness on earth is answered by happiness in heaven. Oof. Body blow. You hear that? That's one of them rib crackers right there. Happiness on earth is answered by happiness in heaven. And that which is planted on earth is reaped in heaven. touching charity, I say it is good to take the alms bowl and go about begging for the poor, and yet in the same breath, I say it is an evil. Y'all heard what Uncle Sakaya, what our cousin Sakaya talking about? Look at it. Anyway, look at it. I have found of all charity that it has two great evils. First, it flatters him who gives that he has done a good work, and this is an injury to his own soul. Second, charity injures the poor because it destroys manhood and gives good cash to a beggar. Even though this kingdom is filled with hospitals and houses of charity, it is not any less free from vagrants and helpless ones. Come on, look at this. And though you build 1,000 houses for the poor and feed them too, yet you will have just as many still unprovided for as when there was only one poorhouse. Good night. Look at this. Why is it like that, Malaki? For the law is unalterable in heaven and earth, that whatever you nurse will grow. Whatever you plant will grow. Look at this. I also declare to you an equally severe law, which is that if you do nothing to benefit the afflicted, distressed, and helpless, you cannot escape the damnation of earth and heaven. You don't do nothing about it. Especially if you got the means to. That if you do nothing to benefit the afflicted, distressed, and helpless, you cannot escape the damnation of earth and heaven. You cannot escape it. Look at that. To remedy which it devolves upon you to find a remedy in society itself, or there should be no rich and no poor. Ooh. Look at this right here. Look at this. To remedy which it devolves upon you to find a remedy in society itself. Well, there should be no rich and no poor. See, we got a lot of work to do as faithless, man. A lot of work. We supposed to be coming up with systems that will eliminate poverty, eliminate sickness and disease. We supposed to be the ones coming up with the perfect economic model on how to. It's us. We got the blueprint. For it is also law that where there are rich, there must be poor. Where there are masters, there must be servants. In which the rich man is a sinner. Look at this. Look at this, boy. See, if you got that bread, you got ways to get this cracking. You better be putting that bread to use. You need to be tapping in with the ones that got the blueprint. Look at this. In which the rich man is a sinner before heaven and earth, even more so than the poor man. Whew. That Oahspe ice cold, bro. Look at it. Some of them asked Sakaya, suppose a rich man does not feed the poor and helpless, but he gives employment to 1,000 hired servants. Is he not good? Sakaya said, a man may feed his cattle, caring for the sick ones, but still he treats them as cattle. Hold on. See, hold on. Sakaya said, a man may feed his cattle, caring for the sick ones, but still he treats them as cattle. A man may give jobs, a man may employ many cattle, but still he treats them like cattle. And he does this to his brothers and sisters. And he does this to his brothers and sisters. The curse of the Creator is upon that man. And you got some people that's in a position to go ahead and basically give you a job or whatever, but come on, man. It's like a slap in the face. and you're in position to put me on for real, and you gonna hire me at minimum wage. You pay your people crackhead prices. See, you see, being rich brings you more into bondage because you got to go extra hard in making sure you're keeping it solid. Well, guess what? Your soul gonna be bound to that money, even when you cross over. And everything you supposed to have gotten done, you now got to get it done without money. So watch that, because you have certain people that are in a position to look out for you and employ you and all that, but treating you or throwing you crackhead prices, treating you like you just a little insignificant, basically treating you like treating the dog and the cat better than you. Huh? A man may employ many cattle, but he still treats them like cattle. And he does this to his brothers and sisters. The curse of the creator is upon that man. But if he gives up what he has and makes himself a father over them to develop himself and them in manliness, wisdom, and virtue, then his charity is always virtue. See? It ain't, so the old proverb is what? Don't give a man a fish. Show him how to go catch some fish. Show him how to fish. Instead of feeding them fish, show them how to fish. All right? If you're in a position to do something for somebody, you're better off showing them how to get it than just giving them money. You know what I mean? That's real charity. Showing somebody how to do what you do. If that's what you're doing, that's how you, you know what I mean? I heard successful doing your thing. You're supposed to be showing the next one exactly how to do it. And if you're really real about to open up a school and show the masses how you get it. See what I'm saying? And that way you got numbers. You turning out numbers back to back. Because now all these people know exactly how to go do something and they not dependent on you. They know all these people know how to feed themselves, take care of their families, and they ain't even dependent on you anymore. See, that's true charity, right? Not just giving somebody something, show them how to get it. You dig? That way they're not depending on you. Now, man, and then once you get somebody dependent on you, you want a little local. You want to treat him like he a crackhead or something. Look at this. Look at this. Oahspe ice cold, boy. I'm trying to tell y'all, I ain't heard nothing evil yet. I know the slanderous jaw misfits trying to comb through it and getting hit every which way. Look at him. And whatever a man does in his own self receives prestige over others, that man offends in the sight of the Creator. Man, that's crazy, man. That's crazy. If y'all knew the conversation I had this morning, y'all will understand why I'm acting like this. This actually is hitting like steel right now with me. I had a powerful conversation this morning before I went live with a beloved brother of mine. You know what I mean? And it's like these words are jumping off. If he's listening, he know these words are jumping off the page, big dog. These words is jumping off the page at me right now. And they wouldn't even be hitting as hard had we not had this conversation. We had a powerful conversation earlier today. That's crazy. Look at this. And whatever a man does and his own self receives prestige over others, that man offends in the sight of Jehovah Almighty. Yet these things are not new in the world. They were the doctrines of the ancients. And in this day, the Brahmin priests preach them in languages you do not understand. Behold, I break away from their languages and preach the truth in your native tongue. and it sounds new to you. I have tried and proven in my own person, and I declare to you that preaching alone is of little benefit in the world. Spoken words are a breath of air. They blow away. Written words lay in silence. They are dead. All right. This is the brother that they end up. This is the original Buddha. His name was Sakaya. Look at this. I have not come to preach nor to build up a new order of preaching, but to found a practice in life by which crime, misery, and starvation may be averted. That's what we talking about. That's the whole system and order as given through Zarathustra 9,000 years ago, and taught by Yeshua of Nazareth 2,000 years ago. It's the same system and order. And if that order is established in this earth, guess what? Crime, misery, and starvation will be averted. Look at this. Kepha covered. Look what he say. I have not come to preach nor to build up a new order of preaching. So what he's doing is not new. They go back. But to found a practice in life by which crime, misery, and starvation may be averted. Kepha covered the earth over with families of communities, and the earth became like a garden, rich in fruit and flowers. Pauperism was taken away from this land. Then came cruel wars and the destruction of harmony and of learning. So Sakaya is saying when Kepha did his thing 750 years earlier, right after he did his thing, darkness came. And so they were labeled to reestablish once the light came. God's book of Esther, Oahspe, chapter 27. Headshot. If you're getting some understanding, throw some threes in the chat, man. We over here working. We over here working. Make sure y'all subscribe to Creator Gang TV. Like, subscribe, share. Oh, snap. Hold on. Eli Shalom in the building. What's the word, my brother?
Hey, boy, this touching home right here, King.
Man.
You know what I mean? Hey, this touching home right here. You know what I mean? It's like dealing with self-conviction, the brotherhood, and that conversation we had earlier. This touching home, King.
Hey, bro, you can't make this type of stuff up.
Nah,
you know bro. Because me and you just was on the phone talking about something earlier today. And reading through this right now is hitting, man. Look, it's hitting like steel so hard, bro. I'm like, whoa.
Yeah. That's the beautiful thing about Oahspe, because it shows you that the brotherhood in numbers is very important. The sacrifice of self for others is where it boils down to. You know what I mean? A lot of brothers don't understand that principle. Like you said, a lot of people, got to get yours. I got to get mine, got to get yours. It's like you on your own. But there's a blueprint to this thing. You know what I'm saying? If somebody up and you got the ability to bring them up, you got the blueprint, share it. You know what I mean? By you sharing, by you giving off, by you giving away, you're going to get more added to you. And that's with any walk of life. I don't care if you're wealthy or if you're homeless. You know what I mean? The same principles apply. And see, the beautiful thing about Oahspe, it lays down these different principles, these different walks of life, these different charitable things, how to do charity, how to give, you know what I mean, how to receive. So it's like, that's why the Oahspe is so dope, because these principles is ingrained in you once you begin to acknowledge them. And then you get to walk in that light and you doing things and people like, damn, this nigga over here getting blessed. And I ain't talking about blessed financially. Because Oahspe tell you that, the more money you got, the more problems, just depending on how you, you know what I mean, distribute it or how you dealing with it. Are you dealing with it for self purposes, or are you looking at it to distribute it, you know what I mean, to create a greater impact for a community or your team?
Right.
You know what I mean? It's like, yo, there was a situation in Jamaica where the police was, or the U.S. was after this drug lord, but they couldn't get him because the community was backing him. The community was on the forefront fighting the police to protect him. You know why? Because he fed his community.
Yeah.
He wasn't selfish to his community, but if he was selfish to his community, they would have gave him up. They said, "Oh, he over there." And these are the things that cats don't understand. These are the things that how you build a real army is by, you know what I mean, feeding your people, supplying your people. The boss comes last. The boss got to distribute the funds, whatever it may be, to the fam, and then whatever's left over, he deal with. You know what I'm saying? So it's like a lot of cats is in position, but they don't have the principle. They don't have that second resurrection light. You know what I mean? They still walking around in darkness thinking it's about them, ego-driven. You know what I mean? I know a couple cats you grow up with or you link up with. It's all hand in hand at first, and then moves started getting made. Nigga may take a couple of steps in advancement and forget you. Like, damn, my nigga, what's good? You know, we're talking about doing this. Now you up here, you in a position to pull niggas in. And I'm talking about real thorough niggas, not niggas just up in the ranks. And now you linking up with the other niggas up in the ranks. And you thinking them niggas is your best friend because you rubbing shoulders with them now, but you don't got no real history with these niggas.
Right.
You don't know what it feel like to be on to have a situation or bump heads to see how these niggas deal with the situation. You ain't fought these niggas. You know what I mean? Like real friends, them damn near fist fought.
Right.
Shake that shit off and we back good with each other. Because we know the borderline of this shit. But you don't know these niggas. You get into an altercation situation. Now you want to call us? Now you want to call the big homies? Or you fall off and now you want to reach out to niggas? Nah, dog. Keep that over there, bro.
Yeah. Yeah. It's wild, though, how Oahspe put it and was saying that the person that's basically the person that's on, but don't do nothing to advance those that's beneath him or the poor or whatever. Basically, if you ain't willing to show those around you how and what you did to get to where you at, then it said consider how vain it is to pray to the Creator from such a man. I say, whoa.
Exactly. So all these niggas praying to their God, they this, they that. Yo, you ain't even reaching the Creator. You think you're reaching the Creator. You ain't reaching Creator. You reaching some deity in a far off corner. Like, all right, I got him. He think he don't know what he doing.
Yeah.
You want to have a conversation. You want to have a conversation about the God's theology, nigga? You come over here. Ain't nobody breaking it down like. Ain't nobody on the internet breaking down the system and ranks of the angels like us. Period.
No. Fact. Yeah, you shouldn't be nowhere else talking about none of that. Like, hey, everybody on the internet know you need to check in with the game. You know what I mean? When it come down to that, because wasn't nobody even saying Creator off their lips.
Facts.
So a couple years ago, that's a fact.
Facts.
You know what I mean? Man, hey, so man, just having that, like I was saying, having that conversation that you was having earlier, and then to read across this, it's already in the presentation. But just to read across it, boy, it just hit like steel, man.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You can't be in a position to want to have it and don't do nothing about it. Or you call yourself doing something about it, but you doing it to hold it over somebody's head. Like we're gonna give him a job, pay the little nigga minimum wage.
Yeah, that part you just read about the kettle, that was it. Because now your man put you on, you thinking he put me on, but now he treating you like a $5 worker.
You know,
instead of damn near having you in the office business, really like, yo, this is how this shit operate, bro. Let me show you how this shit operate. Because that building over there, my nigga, I'm about to buy that one, and you can run that one, and you can monopolize that building. That's what real niggas do, man.
Yeah, exactly. Shout out to Just Me, Buzz Lightyear, to not show someone how to better themselves and keep yourself as supreme. I know, boy. So this stuff right here it be hitting like steel. See, look at this right here. This is God's book of Esther, chapter 27.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the real Buddha, Sakai. Nobody say. He said, purification is the first law I give to you. And it's the same as with the ancients. In which, look what these cats are saying. I find it funny that all of even say the same thing down to diet, bro. Look at this. You should not eat the flesh of any creature that breathes the breath of life, nor of fish that lived in the water, nor under the water. You should bathe once every day from the crown of the head to the sole of the feet. And before bathing, you shall say, before bathing, you shall say, before you, O Jehovah, or mine, I put away the filth of my body and the evil of my spirit. And after bathing, you shall say, as I have with water washed clean the outer man. Oh, Jehovah, help me to make clean my spirit. Okay, look at that right there. Something you can practically say.
Hey, let me tell you something. It's crazy you bring that up. I got Oahspe damn near in 06. I've been saying that ever since then when I take a shower. That's what I say in my shower every day. Literally. That's funny you read that. That's crazy.
I will put away the filth of my body and the evil of my spirit. And then afterwards say I have washed with water, clean the outer man, help me to clean my spirit.
That right
That's
there, yo.
powerful.
I say that I ain't bullshit. Every day in the shower, that's my shit. When I'm washing, that's what I say.
That's powerful. Look at this. In the morning when you wake, you should say, help me, O Creator, to keep my thoughts pure today and my soul full of love and tenderness. That's what I say every day, right there.
That's right.
I be just waking up before I even fall out the bed. It's one of the first things I say.
Big facts.
And then in the evening, I say this too. In the evening before sleeping, you shall say, while my corporeal body sleeps, O Creator, help my less encompassed spirit to see the ways of your righteous judgment.
That's cold-blooded right there, bro.
So y'all remember those prayers and even develop your own. You know what I mean?
Exactly. Develop your own. That's key too.
Yep. God's book of Esther, chapter 27, 3-5. You know what I mean? Develop your own. Verse 6. Without purity, no man can see the Creator. With purity, all men can see and hear him. Wow. It is easier to purify the corporeal body than the spiritual. For diet and baths can accomplish the former, but pure thoughts are required for the soul. Boy, a man may be clean as flesh. If he has impure thoughts, he is impure in spirit. Whoever speaks cruelly or unjustly of his neighbor is foul in spirit. If he speaks of the shortcomings and deceptions of his neighbors, he is foul in spirit. So that, first of all, purification is the first law of a man's own self. The second law is, after being purified, to strive constantly to do good to others. Some of the multitude asked, what do you mean by doing good to others? Sakiah said, and remember, this is supposed to be the real Buddha. Sakiah said, to inspire others to purify first, and then to attain individuality. It has been said from time without end that to help the poor, to give to them, to serve them is good works done to others. But I say to you, this is only halfway to that which is good. For you shall not only help them, but go and teach them how to help themselves.
That's right.
This is doing good to others. You see that?
You see that? So there ain't no excuses with the Oahspe when you understand. Like if cats had this understanding was up in the ranks, they'll know the labor, they know what they got to do.
Yeah.
This just ain't help the unfortunate. Not the niggas already up.
I'll let you know what doing good is. It ain't just you don't. In other words, don't just give them a knot. Show them how to get that knot, boy.
Exactly.
Show them how. Nigga, shit. Look, step 1, this is what you need to do. Step 2, this is who you need to holler at. Step 3, this is what you need to file.
Exactly.
Step 4, this is how much it costs. I already got you on the cost. Heard?
Exactly. That's what, you know what I mean? That's supposed to be the game plan, bro.
Yeah, shit. By days in, you be already an established entity on your way to making this residual income.
Exactly.
I'm about to show you exactly how to do it.
That's how them Jews do it.
You feel me? And then from there, shit, nigga, you take the system and you multiply it by 100, nigga. Shit, teach 100 people.
Exactly.
One time in this day of information, like bang, time. Hey, tap on into the Zoom at this time. I'm gonna be going over step by step what you need to do.
Right.
See? Wow. Look at this word.
And then for cats who's actually doing that, they want to charge you with an arm and a leg for it.
I know.
That's crazy.
I'm like, everybody is always something else with it. It ain't just like, look, you already got your bread.
Right. That's what I'm talking about. You already a millionaire.
You already up. Like, just show me how to do it. Like, and you still want to keep me abundant, you huh?
Right.
See? Now it's liberation in creator, man. You dig? And in this day and age, man, everybody's selling spirit, selling programs. You know what I mean? Like it's real goofy. Look at all the spiritual gurus. Like this nigga don't do nothing but talk.
Yeah.
He shows you how to apply this spiritually.
Niggas got
He
the
just talking.
The nigga got the 1999 pack university online teaching this shit.
But look, he ain't even showing you how. Look, we just read in Oahspe what to say before you bathe, what you say when you wake up, and what to say when you lay down.
Exactly.
Look, you communing with your inner man and your creator and strengthening your spirit.
Exactly. You molding your spirit to become a fit servant of the creator.
Yeah, like you straight getting stronger every day. It's practical. You're learning how to do all this.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? Cosmon, Cal, Lord, Cosmon in the building.
The boogeyman.
Man, what's going on? What's going on, bros?
Hey, man, we just talking about
love, light, balance out there, man. Peace to the righteous gods and Nirvanian goddesses.
Man, Cal, what you up to, man? What's going on?
Man, I'm supposed to be going to shoot some videos today.
Oh, yeah?
Talking about some intros and to this new show and all this stuff we're going to be doing. We're going to crack the bud tour back open. Get this thing, you know. We about to make all this, like you said, why have all this knowledge if you can't apply it and make it work for you today?
Exactly.
I mean, Jehovah ought to be beneficial, shouldn't he? I'm just saying.
I'm just saying. Oh, man.
Yeah.
And man, look, just going over what Uncle Cap, Uncle Capilla was saying, man, I like that tone. Uncle Capilla. Boy, that picture I got up for Capilla, boy, that man he looked first. You know what I mean?
I shared the Faces of the Prophet book with y'all, right?
Yeah, a while back.
Yeah.
Look at the picture.
Check out who
the picture I got for Capilla, though.
Let's see you got in there.
27 and 13. Let me go back up and show you a picture I got for Capilla, man. That nigga look like he about to stir a hole in the side of your head. Hey, man. Bro look like he ain't playing no games. Let me show y'all what the picture I got for him. Not that, that's Bronze Yo right there. Bronze Yo in the building.
Yeah, that was dreadful Cosmon.
Yeah, you know what? You right. That was Nigga Thostra right there.
Nigga Thostra.
Cosmon on this Saturday.
This is a picture. Nah, that's Chinese. Look at period. I got one.
Who that's Young Confucius?
Yeah.
Young Caillou?
Yeah, we got him next. This right here is the picture. I should be creeping up on it right here. My boy Capilla. Uncle Cap, nigga. Look at that, bro. Shit.
Fierce to look upon.
Man,
listen, hold on. That hat is his hair.
That's his hair.
Yeah. I mean, Natty dreadlock, not to the king.
Boy.
That's a crown. That's what you call a crown and shit.
That's the crown, son.
That's the first crown before they made it in the gold and shit. Your head.
Sheesh. I don't think he ever played in his life. I don't even think he played as a kid. He was
man, that nigga lived in a holy.
Where you get that? That's a man from India right there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that
he got the copper color going.
Yeah.
Yeah, bro.
Damn it, that's some Abraham shit though. Lofty bed, fierce to look upon.
Yeah.
And you remember Abraham do come from that stock.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. But he looked like he gonna stir a hole through the side of your head. You know what I mean?
Like I am God face ass
Nigga, that's all to peel you, nigga.
He grow poppy seeds on the side of mountain cliffs. Dang, he's serious.
You got a story to tell.
He got the plug. That's the plug.
And he got the dreadlock beard too.
Yeah,
the beard lock too. That's crazy.
Hey man, again, that hat y'all thought was his hat is his crown. That's his hair.
That's his hair. Sheesh.
Wow.
Now look what Sakai is saying. It has been said, whoever says the ordinances of the priest repeating a certain number of prayers daily does a good work. But I say to you, whoever teaches a man to invent prayers of his own has done a greater good. Look at that. To put a man on the path to be his own salvation. This is the best good work. As you have depended on the priest to pray for you, I come to teach you to pray for yourselves.
Sheesh.
Good night. Oahspe did say it was a practical, it's practical guidebook to the spirit life.
So it's the Junior Woodchuck guidebook to the spirit world.
Come on, man. Look at this. Teach you to pray for yourselves. The third law, to abnegate one's own self, being willing in the heart to sacrifice one's own desires, possessions, and opinions for the sake of peace and good of the family. Look what he say. This is the most difficult law.
Now you see what I'm saying? That's what we talking about right there. That's the root of what we talking about.
Yeah.
Because niggas have a problem breaking bread, or discerning, or separating, or giving information.
Read that again, bro.
Dang, boy. The third law is to abnegate one's own self. Being willing in heart to sacrifice one's own desires, possessions, and opinions for the sake of peace and the good of the family. This is the most difficult law. For the selfishness of man, look at this. For the selfishness of man causes him to say, I have such a love of liberty. Let me be the dictator and you do my decrees. Look at that way. YAH'S kingdom, y'all, is all about being selfless.
Exactly.
And that's why the 4 horsemen are such a threat to the conscious community, because we selfless.
Yeah, we ahead of the game. We know what it is.
That's why the other teams, when they get together, it don't work. You're too selfish. You got your own agenda. Y'all stumbling over each other. Looking half retarded. You don't know what time you supposed to go on. Your slides ain't working. Y'all arguing with each other. Come on, man. Let me get in now. We only got 7 more minutes.
Over there looking sloppy.
You're not organized, so you're selfish and you're inorganic. It'll never work for you. You'll never be able to beat us. Because we're not selfish. It ain't no big eyes and little U's. We like, bro, we come like this, hit him with this, like that, man, it's game over. We sit back and rub our chins and be like, you know what? That sound right. Let's go ahead and execute that. And
they don't even know how easy it was to beat them. We just don't toot our horn. It wasn't even hard.
Nah, I sure would. It was fun, actually. It was easy and fun. Look at this. Look what Sakai is steady saying. Remind you, this supposed to be the real Buddha, y'all. Look at this. If not for this evil among men, if not for what evil? Being a damn selfish, self-centered bastard. If not for this evil among men, they could dwell together in peace the world over.
Wow.
We got the blueprint. Look at this.
Right.
The 4th law is to love all men, women, and children as brothers and sisters. See, you can't come up in here with none of that bigotry and that racism, and you think you better. And somebody got to pick my cotton. Somebody got to answer to the crack of my whip.
That's
We're going to check him, boy. We're going to check him hard. Who's that?
Huh?
Deacon.
When you hear Nick Rose talk like that, and that's their kingdom, and you finna be answering to the crack of their whip, realize this: such men, their prayers ain't went past their earlobes. They ain't being inspired or led by nothing high raised. Kindergarten spirits.
Sippy cup brews.
Grades, to be honest with you, I ain't even gonna give them kindergarten. I'm gonna give these little niggas preschool spirits.
Yeah, those are sippy cup brews. Them niggas still nurtured on the breast and shit.
You gotta let
Similac brews.
You gotta let that go, man. All brothers and sisters, all men, women, and children are your brothers and sisters. You gotta let that go, man. It was a big thing done, man, years ago. I mean, I don't know if y'all remember. I know because years ago, everybody was into how much melanin they had in their skin.
Yeah.
And this melanin, this concentrated form of melanin, supposedly connected you to God or to the Creator more than the next man, woman, or child. Niggas was up taking melatonin shots. Niggas was doing all type because melanin had became the new deity, bro. This was like 3 years ago. Yeah. Everybody was talking about melanin.
Yeah.
Everybody.
They still are. They still are.
You know what I mean? It was the melanin goddess, this, melanin this, and if you ain't got enough concentrated forms of carbon within your skin, then you only can meditate, astral project, and go so far anyway.
Crazy.
The blacker you are, the closer to God you are.
It's crazy.
To hear all that.
Come on, man.
Just that one line right there kills that. What's that? The fourth law kills all that.
The fourth law, right? It says the fourth law is to love all men, women, and children as brothers and sisters. The fifth law is to return good for evil, to return pleasure to those who give pain. To practice those things, holding all things in common, is sufficient for the redemption of the world from darkness, war, and evil to what, Cosmon Cal? To peace, light, and happiness for all living. We got the blueprint. What are we talking about?
That's right. We got the blueprint.
We got the blueprint. It don't matter if the Great Reset come tomorrow. The knowledge and the science of how to establish Yah's kingdom on earth ain't going nowhere.
This is why I keep telling y'all, we got the key to defeat white supremacy and the capitalistic society, all at the same time without busting a shot.
Woo!
Exactly.
Wait. Now we done went from 7,053 BC. We down to 752 BCE. We damn near 7,000 years after Zarathustra. Now look what's being taught in the different divisions of the earth. Son of the Great Spirit, number 10. We got Caillou. In the words of Caillou, what they say, what you say, Kyle? Be a bridegroom, boy.
Yeah.
Son of the Great Spirit, number 10, Caillou of Japheth, aka Confucius. 752 BCE, Kyle. So the Brahma, the Buddha, everybody talking about today, and the Confucius, everybody talking about today. And what time period? What were their dates?
The one that we commonly know applied to Sakaya, Gautama as Buddha, come around 550, about roughly 550-ish. 600, 550-ish.
See, you see how we put everything.
Those are the guys we know, that we commonly know in religion.
All right. And we look at the timetables of prophets and we see these men popping up.
We 152 years before that, the real man existed.
Exactly. Well, now we're about to deal with who is commonly called Confucius. But notice the time is 752 BC. I found this picture right here. It's like, yeah, I like that
That's hard.
Chapter 36, God's Book of Esther, chapter 36, Oahspe, headshot. Caillou said, such is the base the ancients have given into our hands, but who could follow them in detail? I was not born into the world for this, but to choose from each and all of them what all of them will accept. In the ancient days, our country was sparsely settled. Families were of good convenience. But behold, the land is full of people. I do not have just a few scattered barbarians to deal with. I have to deal with a learned people who have scarcely room to stand. I am only one man, and you only 72. By ourselves, we can do nothing. Shang-Ti has shaped the times to our hands. Whether we live to see it matters little. The time will surely come when the emperor will be obliged to destroy the books of the ancients. Let us therefore take the cream of them and provide for their preservation while we may. Caillou then divided up the labor among his 72 disciples. Interesting. Apportioning the books of the ancients justly among them. And so great was the wisdom and scholarship of Caillou that in 12 days' time, some of his disciples were ready with their reports to begin. And from these reports, Caillou dictated, and the scribes wrote down his words. And it came to pass that when a committee presented a revision before Caillou, that he even knew it before it was read in the council. And he dictated on its contents, making the necessary alterations, after which the subject was given to the scribes to do the full rewrite. Now the whole time of the first sitting of the council was 8.5 years, at which time they had been over all the work. But so great was the wisdom and memory of Caillou that he called out from the errors of his disciples enough material to require 2 years more deliberation. Oof. And thus, from the lips of Caillou, 20 books were produced containing the digest of more than 18,000 books. Dang. You mean to tell me he shrunk 20? Hold on. 20 books were produced containing the digest of more than 18,000? Wow. Nor had any man in all the world ever done even 1/10 of so great a feat of learning. The scribes wrote 6 copies for every one of the disciples, and when they were thus provided and were ready to depart, Caillou spoke to them, saying, what, in your opinion, is the highest, best satisfaction? And after the disciples had answered, some one thing and some another, the master said, to know that one has done the highest thing. To know that one has done the highest thing within his power. This is the highest, best satisfaction. For what is any man at most but an agent of the Most High? Look at that. Look at this. Look at this. It said, to be true to one's own highest idea. Is this not serving the Father? Ooh. To be neglectful in such conviction. Is this not the sickness of all to learn? What honor in your opinion does any man have? The disciples answered, some one thing and some another. After a while, the master said, if those beneath him honor him, then it is no honor to him. If those above him honor him, then it is a reproof of his other deeds. But if he honors himself, he has great honor indeed. But who can honor himself except he who is perfect in his own sight? He cannot do this, therefore he has no honor in extreme. To choose little honor, to choose a medium line, is this not the highest any man can attain to? To grieve over one's own self because of imperfection, this is great folly. To eat fruit, herbs, and rice, these are the purest diet. But only a fool would starve rather than eat flesh. Dang. Dang.
Bag drop. You know, that's the beauty about the Oahspe. It gives you wisdom and discernment. Like don't be too left and don't be too right. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that deal say you a fool, nigga. You'll die when you eat that animal sandwich. Look.
You see what I'm saying? So that's the dope shit about Oahspe. It's not just saying like, this is the way. No, depending on your circumstances and situations, so shall you deal with the situation at hand.
Yeah, it ain't sacrilegious type like turn
right
on a religious jelly.
Exactly.
And it says man must creator says man must learn to overcome evil on his own.
Big facts.
So
you may have to eat a ham sandwich to get them get by
to survive. Hey, listen, it's either that or that. I'm not that.
That's where the laws of preservation comes in at. You know what I mean? So we're in a position where we can eat the fruits and vegetables and sustain a higher life. But then Jaja may say, yo, send Aja. Let me show these niggas. Now they got to build up the B side of them. You know what I mean? That shit went deep, yo. So it's like you balanced on both ends, the physical and the spiritual.
Ooh-wee. Hold on.
You talking, Melly? If so, you muted.
Oh yeah, my bad. I was on mute. My bad. Over the tripping. This deal say to eat fruits, herbs, and rice. These are the purest diet. But only a fool would starve rather than eat flesh. Rites and ceremonies are useful, but a man had better dispense with even these than to go to war for them. Hey, he said you better off leaving them alone and going to war for them. Look at this. Look at this right here. To rest on the ancients only. This is great folly. To honor the ancients only and to believe that they alone received revelation. These are the extremes of a foolish understanding. To remember that the Creator is ever present and with as much power, love, and wisdom today as in the ancient days. This is wisdom. To try to find some good thing one can do, this is credible. But to do nothing good because one cannot do it in his own way, this is execrable. Dang. He who finds a good work to do and does it has much satisfaction. But he should not exult in it, for he has only done his duty. I have no honor in these 20 books. Two kinds of men I have found: those who are predestined by the gods to accomplish a certain work, and those who are born with no predestination. The first are erroneously called the highest because they are at the head of great undertakings, but they are nevertheless only instruments in the hands of the gods. The others who are born without a predestined work never can understand the former. To be born near enough to the S, to the spirit light to see it and believe in it and have faith in it, this is a great delight. To be so far from the Creator that one cannot believe in his person and presence, this is, what is that? Pitiable. I divorced my wife because I discovered she could not bring forth heirs to believe or faith. No man should be bound to a woman whose desires lie in the physical self, and woman should have the same privilege. He who is wed to the Great Spirit, how can he dwell with one who is wed to the earth? To one man, celibacy is the highest life, because he has joy in his heavenly Father. But to one who does not have this joy, celibacy is a great punishment. The society must admit both conditions.
That's deep.
There is no mean between these two. Therefore, both must be provided for.
Look at that.
Those who desire celibacy. Those who desire celibacy approach the termination of the race. Those whose desires are the other way are of a breed not so far along. There need to be no quarrel between them. The destiny of both must be completed sometime. Look at this. When a country is sparsely settled, those of extremes can go and live aside. It is nothing to govern such a state or to proclaim extreme doctrines before them. But when a country is full of people, the two extremes and the mean must dwell in proximity. It is not an easy matter to govern them wisely. Whatever people can dwell together in great numbers on the smallest piece of ground, and yet have peace and plenty, such a people are the highest of all peoples. Look at that.
That speaks volumes right there.
Where an extreme doctrine, look at this. Never heard. Where an extreme doctrine cannot be carried out, it is better to have a less extreme doctrine. Where an extreme doctrine cannot be carried out, it is better to have a less extreme doctrine. People, like a drove of sheep, are much inclined to follow a leader, in which case politicians, lawyers, and judges run the state into war. To legislate in such a way that leaders cannot lead the multitude into evil, this is wisdom. Were all leaders dead, the people themselves would not be very bad. Hold on. To legislate in such a way that leaders cannot lead the multitude into evil, this is wisdom. Were all leaders dead, the people themselves would not be very bad. Yet it is wrong to take any man's life, for life is something man has no property in. Life rests with Jehovah only. It is his. Look at this. Look at this right here. Before the ignorant and before fools, we speak by commandment. China has passed that age. Our books must go persuasively, yes, in the mean balance between the extremes. To dictate to the learned is to cast one's treasures into the fire. By asking them questions, we can often lead them. Coaxing with effect is greater than dictation not obeyed. We preach to the rich man that he should give all he has to the poor, and he walks away giving nothing. When we say to him, give a little, he does it. In this case, the higher doctrine is the lower. And the lower doctrine is the higher because it has strength, potency. The ancient said, the first best thing was to love the Creator. I think so too. But when a philosopher asks me to prove that the Creator is a person and is worth loving, I am puzzled. To accept him as a person and as all good without criticism, this I find gives the greatest happiness. I have seen men, look at this. This right here is major. Look at this. This goes to the non-believer. Look what Caillou about to say. Powerful. He said, I have seen men who would pull the Creator to pieces and weigh his parts to know his worth. But such men end in disbelief in him. I have not found one such man who accomplished any good in the world. In the presence of goodly men, he is like a fly that delights in breeding maggots, pretty enough in himself, but a breeder of vermin in the state. Oh no.
That's cold right there.
I have seen men who, and this is because of no belief in the ever-present Creator. You know what I mean? Show me the Creator. You show him to me right now. Look what Caillou say. He say, I have seen men who will pull the Creator to pieces and weigh his parts to know his worth. But guess what? Such men still end in disbelief. They still end in disbelief. In other words, they're not asking you the question, show me the Creator right now. Show me where he at. They not asking you that with that condescending voice. You know what I mean? So you can prove it to them. You feel me? They gonna end in disbelief anyway. There's nothing you can show them.
Exactly.
Look at this. Yet he who says, let the evil practice evil because the Creator created them is of a narrow mind. Or if he says Jehovah sent the rainstorm to destroy the harvest, or Jehovah sends fevers to the dirty city, such a man lacks discretion in words and judgment. Coronavirus, oh, he sent that for the city dirty. The Wuhan virus, look at this. But he who perceives that man is part of the creation, in which he must do a part of the work himself, or fevers will result. Such a man has his understanding open in regard to the Father. Wow. Wow, because you get to hearing about epidemics and pandemics and get to talking about judgment of God. And he's straight telling you, nah, none of that is around because the city is dirty. Man must perceive that he is part of the creation himself, in which he must do a part of the work himself. So so in other words, trip off this. You proactive in your life. You just not an innocent bystander in this thing we call life. You active. And if you don't do part of the work yourself, fevers are going to result. Such a man has his understanding open in regard to the Father. Between the too much casting of all things in the Creator's face and too little belief in him lies the mean which works or develops the perfection of man. To try to find the Creator with love and adoration instead of with a dissected knife. That's what the atheists. The atheists try to find a Creator with a dissected knife. This leads man on the highest road to trust in him while we strive to do our best. This is good philosophy. To lie about idly and not plant our fields, blindly trusting in him to provide. This is great darkness. In other words, you got to put your hand to the plow yourself. Look at this. A wise man perceiving the defects of the society will not censor it, but turn to work and find a remedy. It ain't good enough for you to be complaining about a young folk that's outside in the streets sagging. What's the remedy? There you go, complaining. No remedies, though. It is for such purpose the angels of the higher heavens raise up great men in the world. I have seen many people in many different kinds of worship, and they go through their parts in the sacrifice without perceiving the spiritual idea of the founders. And they are neither better nor worse. They are neither better nor worse for it. The infidel with little discretion, seeing this, abuses all the doctrines. But a wise man goes between them to find the good which others lose sight of. The last son of the Great Spirit is Yeshua the Insane, 146 BCE. If you're getting some understanding, throw us some nines up in the chat, man. We had the last son of the Great Spirit spoken of in Oahspe. You know what I mean?
Yeshua HaMashiach.
That's right. Go ahead and spend some voices. Selah, talk to us real quick, man. Talk to the family. What you think about what we going through and reading today, brother?
Hey, man, this is an excellent build. It's showing you the principalities that the prophets came with during the different time periods, starting from, Zarathustra coming on down. And it's interesting how really all this is a piggyback of the Zarathustrian religion. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, man, it's dope how you get the different virtuals, the different jewels coming from the different parts of the countries, but they all coincide with Creator. And it's dealing with self-conviction, and letting you know what you got to do to get right with the Creator as far as taking your own personal steps, practical knowledge. And not once we talked about worshiping any God or falling to our face to any God. We're talking about responsibility. Salvation, redemption is a responsible act. Ain't no waiting on no saviors. We ain't waiting on Yeshua. Yeshua was sent to show you niggas how to do it. Here go the blueprint. You're going to become greater than I because I got to bounce. But if you come after me and keep upholding this, you're going to do greater things than I did. That's what he told niggas. So why are you waiting for this nigga to come back? If he told you, you're going to do greater things than me. So that dude in Revelations, y'all in Revelation 19, y'all better be mindful who that is because that ain't Yeshua.
We cooking, baby. Now we about to get into Yeshua the Essene, spoken of in Oahspe headshot. We gonna get into what he taught. So we done went through 11 sons of the Great Spirit from Zarathustra, 7053 BC, down to Abraham of Africa, 3953 BC, Brahma of India, 3953 BCE, Iwata of America, shout out to our Aboriginal family, 3953 BC, and Po of China, 3953 BC. All right, so we done went from the Ark of Elu, the 22nd Ark cycle, the Ark of Speda, 23rd Ark cycle. Now we into the Ark of Bond, the 24th Ark cycle since the creation of mortal. So we giving you a who, a what, a where, a why, and a when. We ain't just talking. See, whoever got a problem with what we saying ain't gonna put it on the timeline, ain't gonna be able to run it down. Now we done went from 7053 BC all the way down to 146 BCE, and this is where you get Yeshua the Essene of Nazareth. Timetables of prophecy. Chapter 44, God's book of Esther. Now let's get into the doctrines of Yeshua the Essene. See, we ain't just talking. We got receipts.
Look at Yeshua looking like a soul brother. Look at Yeshua.
Oahspe is a threat to the establishment, y'all. But the crazy part about it, ain't nobody stopped us and showed us what we said something evil with.
Now this right here is most important for the brews, since they always asking about, does the Oahspe mention the Hebrews? Is Yeshua in the Oahspe? Well, here you go, right here.
Right here, man. All right here. I'm saying, like, we got to slow up because we be running our mouth like we ain't Israelite. We saying we the real Israelites.
Exactly. Let's debate that. Exactly. We'll debate y'all on that we the real Israelites upholding the Creator while y'all upholding the false God.
Exactly. Because all the doctrines that you've been hearing today, we stand by.
Exactly.
All right. Those are the real Israelites or the faithists. You know what I mean? Doctrines of Yeshua and his death. God said, these are my doctrines as I talk through Yeshua. Now look what he's saying. You shall keep the 10 commandments of Moses. Oh, really? No, really? You should not engage in war, nor bet war. You shall eat no flesh of any animal, fish, bird, fowl, or creeping thing that the Creator created alive.
Now pause right there for a minute, because JJ was in the chat saying Yeshua eating fish. What he doing eating fish?
That to tell you he didn't read the book.
No, he's that's in your Bible.
Right, that's in your Bible.
In the Oahspe, Yeshua is telling us not to eat flesh, nor fish, or animal, birds, or creeping thing. And nor is there a verse in the Oahspe where Yeshua eats flesh. So you got to justify that according to your Bible.
Yeah. Why is your Bible lying on Yeshua eating fish? That's what you got to.
After death at that.
Yeah, hating on him after he did.
Yep, and then if you the gospel of the Nazarenes straight tell you that Yeshua didn't eat no fish.
Right.
There wasn't no fish at all. He didn't even do a miracle with the fish.
First of all, you got to prove your Jesus or your time of that biblical narrative even existed.
And not only that, you got to explain how do spirits eat flesh, eat fish.
Because we see James alive during the Hasmonean dynasty, not even in the 1st century. Yeah, in the 2nd century BC. That's where we find the real Yeshua. Yeah, as a matter of fact, what day is Jesus born on, JJ? What year was he born in? Going to
He need to explain what is a spirit doing eating fish. He got to explain that.
I was just going to say that.
He got to explain that. Our Bible don't say Jesus as a spirit ate fish. You got to explain how a spirit eat fish. What is the digestive system of the spirit? So if the spirit eating fish, that means he got a shit. What are you doing? Spiritual shit. What's going on?
So is that throne really a toilet?
Nigga, you crazy. That's why I want no problems with the game, man, because you're gonna make y'all niggas look silly.
Hey, so now, so what you mean? This is Joshua Yahshua right here in Oahspe, and he's teaching not to eat flesh or fish. And you saying that he in Oahspe he did eat fish?
Show it, JJ. Come up here and show us your Oahspe that say Yeshua ate fish.
Hold on, JJ,
I think you lying. I think you just desperate.
I'm gonna give you a chance backstage. I'm gonna give you a chance to find it in Oahspe. Yeshua ate fish, and then I'll bring you up on stage after I finish. Cause I'm almost done.
Tell that nigga to post a chapter and verse, because we don't want to hear no goddamn gift gagging.
Yeah, you know
mouth
what?
mumbling.
Give us
if you about your business, you would have posted a chapter and verse in the chat, and we would have pulled it up, and we would have said, "Damn, JJ, you got one up on us, good one." We would give you that credit. But don't come in here making statements. You came back and you get online and you just running your mouth. I ain't for that.
Exactly.
You about the information. If you about this shit for real, my nigga, put chapter and verse in the chat. But we ain't gonna go mouth resting.
I bet you we don't get no chapter and no verse.
So you might as well kill that.
Yeah, so you hear that, JJ?
But we could pull up in Bible. Matter of fact, you know what I mean? Pull up that verse where Yahshua ate flesh and then read what we read here to show the conflict of interest. Because if he said in the Oahspe, don't eat flesh, don't eat fish, but then in your Bible, he eating fish after he died, you got to explain that. Because we standing on what he's standing on over here. And like Mally said in the Nazarene edition, he ain't eat flesh there either. And then in the verse,
Nazarene, why would he have ever ate flesh?
And then prior to this verse, when it's explained the Essenes in the Oahspe, it showed you that they didn't eat, the Essenes didn't even eat flesh, according to the Oahspe. I would have been the first nigga to catch if Yeshua ate flesh in the Oahspe. So you playing games over here, bro.
Hey, yeah, so JJ, that's what you got to do. You got if you want us to take you serious and let you up on here, then you got to post a chapter and verse in Oahspe where Yeshua ate fish.
Bad drug.
All right, so what we gonna do? Y'all done got me out now. We gonna pull it up in the Bible, and I'm gonna pull it up in the Nazarene Acts, chapter 89, or Nazarene Gospels, chapter 89, and show that after death, Yeshua didn't eat fish, because how a spirit eating fish anyway?
Yeah, y'all follow the King James version, right? Yeah.
Oh no, y'all had it last.
So if you post in the chat, I'll take you serious, JJ. You can come up on here. But if not, ain't nothing shaking. It's all over but the shout. It's all over but the shout, bro.
Yeah, no mouth mumbling over here.
We're not about to entertain no foolishness. We even
exactly.
Let you get up here and just start running your mouth. If you saying Oahspe says Yeshua ate fish, post the chapter and verse. If you can't post it, we ain't gonna take you serious. Look at this. You should eat no flesh of any animal, fish, bird, fowl, or creepy thing that Jehovah created alive. Now look, I want to stop right there and come back there. Let's go show that we're gonna go show the Nazarene text and we're gonna pull up. All right. Let me stop that real quick. While I look for a Cal and see, like, go ahead and chop it up with this real quick.
They should if they fit on the nut.
Yeah, you know, we go ahead. We went ahead and nipped that in the bud. So we ain't playing games with nobody. If you ain't got chapter and verse, don't even open your mouth. That's how we move over here. Battle of the Holy Books is about the books, chapter and verse. If you make a claim, if you make a statement, you got to prove it. And we ain't denying it. If you could prove it, we can talk about it. But until then, you know what I mean? I need to stop playing games, yo.
Yeah, we ain't gonna just let you bump your chops, nigga. can't be
You already
shot.
got beat up in the debate. Why you know what I mean? What you
good?
doing?
All right, come on.
Hold on 1 second.
Yeah, we gonna show and prove.
Almost there.
Y'all still ain't figured out. Y'all still confused the fact that y'all God is an angel. Y'all ain't got over that hump yet, especially with me. Y'all still ain't got over the fact that your Most High, who Tazariak say sit on the throne, is an angel. So if y'all ain't worshiping the Creator, what y'all worship? Y'all don't know what y'all worshiping, man.
Okay,
y'all worship. Go ahead, King.
I got that pulled up already, so let me do that, and then let me show y'all what it say in Bible, and then we gonna go show what it say in the Gospel of the Holy 12 or the Nazarene.
And then we're gonna see which one is more practical and makes sense in real time. Does it make more sense to stay away from eating fish and flesh because it could produce parasites in the body, or does it make sense that a spirit could eat flesh?
Chapter and verse, JJ. We'll let you on if you post chapter and verse. If not, we ain't even take you serious, bro. And look, I'm gonna help you out. You ain't gonna find it. You know what I mean? That's what happens when you don't read for yourself and you allow somebody just to speedball and answer past you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And the story of Yeshua is only like 2 pages in the Oahspe, so it ain't that big. So if you read it, you gonna know he ain't eating no goddamn flesh.
Exactly. Exactly. So look, let me show y'all this. Let me show you how this works. All right, we're gonna go to Bible first. And it's crazy because he was making the claim. He was making the claim that it was in Oahspe.
I don't know what he was saying. See, that's another thing. Y'all ain't being y'all vague, just like your God. Y'all vague in y'all understanding. Y'all just making statements and ain't even referencing. Is it you talking Oahspe or is you talking Bible? But either or, we gonna correct your foolishness for you.
Yeah, we about to correct all that now. Because now when Jesus appeared at the Sea of Galilee, according to the book of John, the 21st chapter, your boy Jazariah tried to bring that up real quick in our debate. He hurried up and jumped out of that hot ass water. I bet. I bet. The boy, once I start putting the timelines together, the timelines even of the resurrection is off.
Look at that.
You mean he at the Sea of Galilee when he told them don't leave Jerusalem? The Sea of Galilee is a 4-day walk each way. Hell, you mean the Sea of Galilee is the Sea of Tiberias? That's northern Israel.
Mm-hmm.
He told them in Luke, don't leave Jerusalem until Acts the 2nd chapter happened, basically. But in John, he telling them, go before me, I'm going to appear to you in Galilee. Galilee is not Jerusalem. That's northern Israel.
That's right.
And it's a 4 days journey from Jerusalem to the Sea of Galilee. And all this happened right after the resurrection. Remember, he was only supposed to be in the grave 3 days and 3 nights. It take longer to walk to the Sea of Galilee from Jerusalem. If they started walking when he died, they would have missed them by the time they got there. What the hell is you talking about? Y'all don't even know that. Look, listen to me. That from Yeshua's birth, when he was born, the Bible don't agree. It was either during the days of Herod or during the days when Quirinius was governor over Syria. Either way, those are 2 separate time periods. How he was born, down to what hour he was crucified, or what happened right after the crucifixion. The Bible was all over the place. All right, so look, this right here is Jesus appears at the Sea of Galilee. Now watch this. After these things, Jesus showed himself again to the disciples at the Sea of Tiberias, that's the Sea of Galilee. And on this wise showed he himself. There were together Simon Peter and Thomas called Didymus, no Diddy, and Nathanael of Cana in Galilee, and the sons of Zebedee and 2 other of his disciples. Simon Peter said unto them, I go fishing. They say unto him, we also go with thee. They went forth and entered into a ship immediately, and that night they caught nothing. But when the morning was now come, Jesus stood on the shore. The disciples knew not that it was Jesus. Then Jesus said to them, children, have ye any meat? They answered him, no. He said unto them, cast the net on the right side of the ship, and you shall find. They cast therefore, and now they were not able to draw it for the multitude of fishes. Therefore, that disciple whom Jesus loved saith unto Peter, it is the Lord. Now, when Simon Peter heard that it was the Lord, he girt his fisher's coat unto him, for he was naked. For he was naked. For he was naked, and did cast himself into the sea.
Oh man! Don't tell me this nigga is naked swimming to Jesus. What's going on, man?
Hey man, this nigga Peter's over here fishing jack naked and shit, man. Yeah. With his willy out, he's tripping.
Yeah, that's some early signs of that male prostitution when the kingdom comes and shit.
Man, that deal say for he was naked. Now, when Simon Peter heard that it was the Lord, he girt he put his fisher's coat onto him, for he was naked. And he did cast himself into the sea. And the other disciple came into a little ship, for they were not far from the land, but as it were 200 cubits, dragging the net with fishing. As soon then as they were come to the land, they saw a fire of coals there, and fish laid thereon in bread. Jesus saying to them, bring up the fish which you have now caught. Now Simon Peter went up and drew the net to land full of great fishes, and 153, and for all there were so many, yet was not the net broken. Look at it. 21 and 12. Jesus saying to them, come and dine. Now, mind you, he been resurrected, and he's walking the earth as a spirit man now. Come and dine. And none of the disciples durst ask him, who are you? Meaning they looking right at him and don't even recognize him. Who are you? Knowing that it was the Lord. Jesus then cometh and taketh bread and giveth them, and fish likewise. This is not a third time that Jesus showed himself to his disciples. After that, he was risen from the dead. So when they had dined, after they had eaten the fish and the bread, so when they had dined, Jesus said to Simon Peter, Simon, son of Jonas, lovest thou as me more than these? He said unto him, yea, Lord, thou knowest that I love thee. He saith to him, feed my lamb. So trip off there right there, right? So right there shows he partook of some type of fish after he was resurrected. Now, let me show y'all in the Gospel of the Nazarene.
Look what NehemiYAH put on the screen.
Let me show y'all that. All right, same Sea of Tiberias. Same Sea of Tiberias. Gospel of the Holy 12, chapter 89. All right. Let's go see. Hide that sidebar right there. Blow that up. See? The Nazarene in the same literature, same thing that Oahspe says. That's why it was easy for me to start reading Oahspe. I'm like, dang, it's the same exact thing. Jesus appeared at the Sea of Tiberias. After these things, Yeshua showed himself again to the disciples at the Sea of Tiberias. And on this wise showed he himself. There were together Simon, Peter, and Thomas called Didymus, and Nathanael of Canaan in Galilee, and James and John, and two other disciples. And Peter said unto them, I go a fishing. They say unto him, we also go with thee. They went forth and entered into a ship immediately. And that night they caught nothing. And when the morning was now come, Jesus stood on the shore, but the disciples knew not that it was Jesus. Then Jesus said unto them, children, have ye any meat? They answered him, nay, Lord, not enough for all. There is nothing but a small loaf, a little oil, and a few dried fruits. And he said, what did Yeshua say to them? Look at this. And he said unto them, let these suffice, come and dine. And he blessed them. And they ate and were filled. And there was a pitcher of water also, and he blessed it likewise. And lo, it was the fruit of the vine. So what he had, they ate some bread. They had bread, a little oil, and a few dried fruits, probably some sun-dried tomatoes or something, and a cup of wine. Now, It don't say nothing about them eating no fish. It don't say nothing about them eating no fish. Because again, when you get into their teachings, let's go back to when he was young, right here. Let me show you what happened. It's chapter 6 of the Gospel of the Nazarenes. Look at this. The childhood and youth of Yeshua. He delivered lion of money. Look at it. Let me show how they ate. Now, Joseph and Mary, his parents, went up to Jerusalem every year at the feast of the Passover. And they observed the feast after the manner of their brethren, who abstained from bloodshed and the eating of flesh and from strong drink. See that? He kept Passover without chewing on lamb. And without drinking strong drink. He said they observed it based off the customs of their brethren. Who were the brethren? The Essene brotherhood. I know. Let me show y'all something else. So you can see what's really going on around here. Watch this. Let me go to this table of contents. Show y'all something else. Watch this one. Watch this one right here. Hold on, bang. It might be the next one. Show you how this whole thing works. Sometimes this stuff be tripping, girl. On 1 second, found. I want to show y'all this. Bang. Okay, bang. They think a game? What you think a plan? Johnny Badly was it that? Hold on.
JJ desperate for attention.
He got to post, JJ. You got to post it in the chat first before I even let you up here.
He ain't got none. He just running those gaps.
If you ain't got it, you just stuck your foot in your mouth, JJ.
He said, that's not Oahspe you're reading. We already read Oahspe. We already showed him.
We've been reading Oahspe. I'm in the Nazarene literature now. You know what I mean? I can't find what I was looking for in the other one, though. You know what I mean? But I can show you this, though. Just so we can shut something down real quick. I think it's a game, Transfiguration on the Mount, the giving of the law. Look what Yeshua say, boy. Right here. It said, "Hear, O Israel, Jehovah thy God is one. Many of my servants and my prophets in me all live and move and have substance. You shall not take away the life of any creature for your pleasure."
Yo, right JJ, stop it, bro. Go ahead. My bad. Go ahead, man.
You shall not eat the flesh. Right here. You shall not eat the flesh, nor drink the blood of any slaughtered creature, nor yet anything which bringeth disorder to your health or senses. Easy work. All right, so let's get back to what we was on. JJ over here because all that light coming out, boy.
He said Book of East, Donna, chapter 27. Oh, man, boy, you need to stop.
Yeah, just post it so we can read it. You got to post it, man. What you doing? You got to post it. You post it. If you post it and what it's saying, then maybe we'll let you up here, player. All right, back here. Bang. We know y'all don't know what y'all talking about. All right, back to the doctrine of Yeshua as stipulated in Oahspe. You should eat no flesh of any animal.
Now, hold on. Who's saying this again, Malaki? Who's saying this again?
Yeshua the Nazarene.
Where's it
going? Okay.
Of the Essene. Born 146 BCE. Hey, look what McCullough say. S don't have a chapter that high, JJ.
He said, yes, Donna. He said Donna.
Yeah, they posted in the chat so we can bring it on up.
Look at
this bird. You should eat no flesh of any animal, fish, bird, fowl, or creeping thing that Jehovah created alive. You should dwell in families. Look at this. Just like with Zarathustra. You should dwell in families. Dwell in families in the manner of the ancient Israelites. Look at that. Who have all things in common. The ancient Israelites with the Zarathustra. Look at this. The faithless. You shall have no king or queen, nor bow down and worship to any except your creator.
Stop. Pause right there real quick. A lot of these niggas is looking for a king to come back and save them. Some niggas looking for Yeshua. You got other niggas I'm hearing now is they talking about they waiting for King David to come back.
Yep, because it tell you that in the prophets. In Ezekiel, David gonna be their king and all that. Yeah. You know what I mean? Look at that. See, there's a difference in what we talked about. You shall have no king or queen, nor bow down and worship to any except your creator. See that? You should not call on the name of angels to worship them. Look at that. That's the
hold on. You said you shall what?
You should not
call on the name of angels. Ain't they got an angel? Wasn't it an angel that came to them in Mount Sinai?
That's right. Angel in the burning bush. Angel in Mount Sinai. Stephen said in Acts 7 that the God that was hollering at Moses on Mount Sinai was an angel.
See, Yeshua's commandments just cutting their whole point. Okay.
This right here. You should not call on the name of angels to worship them, nor to counsel with them on the affairs of earth. You should love your neighbors yourself, and do to your fellow man as you would have him do to you. You shall return good for evil and pity to those who sin. It has been said, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, but I say return good for evil. If a man hits you on one cheek, turn the other to him also. The man shall have only one wife, and the woman only one husband.
Now pause for a minute, King. Go back up to that one line, the line before that, 10 and 11 real quick. Yeah, read 10 and 11 real quick. No, matter of fact, 9. Give me 9 real quick. 9.
9. Okay, got you. 9.
You shall return good for evil and pity those who sin.
You shall return good for evil and pity to those who sin.
Now, verse 9, 10, and 11 is a contradiction to the God of war. The God of war would not tell you to turn the other cheek. The God of war is going to tell you to decimate your enemy. So who is Yeshua following? He can't be following the God of the same God that he destroyed the Benjamites. It can't be that God he following. So that's a point to bring out to show you that even according to what Yeshua is teaching, it goes against your Old Testament God. Go ahead, King.
Ooh-wee. Look at this. Look at this right here. The man shall have only one wife, and the woman only one husband. I know that probably made a gang of niggas blow their drawers out. Boy, look at it. As the children honor the father, so will the family be blessed. Peace and plenty. Remember that all things are of the Creator, and you are his servants to help one another. And as much as you do these services to one another,
bless you, buddy.
So do you serve the Creator. Look at that. Look at that. Now watch this right here.
What is you sneezing on?
Look at this right here. Look at this. Behold only the virtues and wisdom in your neighbor. His faults you shall not discover. So in other words, you ain't even supposed to be talking about wherever your neighbor or your friend, however they fall short, whatever they shortcomings are. You're supposed to be talking about their the good that they do, what they're good at. And that actually helps them, encourages them to do better by talking about or focusing on the good they're doing and not the evil. You know what I mean? This is why his matters are with his Creator. Do not call on the name of any God or Lord in worship. Do not call on the name of any God or Lord in worship. Do not call on the name of any God or Lord in worship.
Now pause. Now, according to Bible, God is Elohim, all wrapped up, and the Lord is two fashions. You got Adonai as Lord, and then you got Lord as being Yahweh. So right here, Oahspe is exposing the fact that you are not to worship any angel, which is a God, which is God being the title of an angel, Lord being the title of an angel. You are not to worship these deities, but Yahweh only. You've been confused to think that God is the Most High. You've been to think that Jehovah, in the image and form of man, is the Most High. And Oahspe is exposing that. Look at that.
Hey, JJ said Jesus eating fishes in chapter 27 of the book of S.
Stop. And then he said the book of S. Donna.
Listen.
Well, stop it.
Hold on, listen, man. We can't even take you serious no more. Because anybody who just want to just really understand how much of a clown JJ is, just understand there is no chapter 27 in the book of S. JJ, you are terrible, man. You just gonna be a degenerate your whole life, ain't you? You dig what I'm talking about? You ain't just gonna grow up a little bit. We ain't got no book of Jesus. He just be lying.
Hey, stop listening to AI,
lying, man.
Stop listening to AI. Stop listening to Meta AI. It's giving you false information.
Praying to your AI God. That's all they do in the chat. Just ask AI. They don't ask God nothing.
Hey, JJ, just a news flash. And we already talked about this as the gang, right? Just based off what we know about Oahspe. We know more about Oahspe than AI know about it right now. Facts, bro. Look, we've been straight putting it to the test. You know what I mean? AI don't even know too much about Oahspe right now. It don't, bro. We've already had these conversations and been laughing like, dang, that's crazy that say that. Because that ain't in there nowhere.
You don't know what he's talking about. Go to the book of Jesus.
To the book of Jesus. The Jeebus. To the book of Jeebus.
At this point, we might as well ignore him. He ain't making no sense.
Book of Jeebus, chapter what?
The book of Jeebus.
Yeah, he don't know what he's talking about. You don't know what he's talking about. We reading about Yeshua right now, so obviously you ain't paying attention.
This is Yeshua's teachings we're reading right now.
Obviously,
yeah, we school attention. AI. We taught AI. Real talk. No, that's real talk.
The book of S only goes to chapter 21, brother. And that's about the ascent of the Etherian hosts. Yeah, You see me again, we can't take you serious. You know what I mean? Lying to the 3 people that's watching. What 3 people? It's 46 people watching this chat.
He talking about
us. I got another 13 on mine.
Man. He just gossiping, yo. He just looking for
attention. Okay. You must be in a different chat. Okay.
Yeah, he in the Lions Den.
Okay. Yeah, we're gonna leave you
because I got 15 in mine alone. So
yeah, we
shout out to the gang, man. Shout out everybody stopping through. Shout out my dog OTK. Now what? K go?
No.
You dig what I'm talking about? Yeah. Everybody, little dog.
All right, we almost done too. But look, this is what Yeshua is teaching in Oahspe. Do not call on the name of any God or Lord in worship, but worship Jehovah only. And when you pray, let it be in this manner: Jehovah, who rules in heaven and earth, hallowed be your name, and reverend among men. Sufficient for me is my daily bread, and as much as I forgive those who trespass against me, so forgive me and make me steadfast to shun temptation. For all honor and glory are yours, worlds without end. Amen. To visit the sick and distressed, the helpless and blind, and to relieve them, to provide for the widow and orphan, and keep yourself unspotted before men. These are the way of redemption. These are the way of redemption. What you mean, Oahspe? We're going to talk about how to get salvation. How to redeem. Look at this. You should take no part in the governments of men. That's why you don't hear us arguing with you mealy mouth misfits about Kamala Harris versus Donald Trump. I mean, we laugh about it. We speak on it every once in a while, but we ain't taking none of that serious. Huh? You should take no part in the governments of men, but observe the will of Jehovah, being obedient to all governments for his sake. All men are the children of one Father who is creator. And whoever chooses him and keeps his commandments is chosen. That gotta hurt, especially if your whole doctrine is based off superiority, bigotry. That gotta hurt. Look at this. To preserve the seed of his chosen, you shall only wear with the chosen. Do not contend with any man for opinion's sake, nor for any earthly thing. What you fighting over? Huh? Look at this. And let your speech be for others' joy. But do not open your mouth if your words will give pain. Therefore, be considerate with your speech, teaching others by gentleness and love to be respectful toward all men. Preserve the sacred days of the Rabbahs. These Rabbahs go back to Zarathustra, though. These are the priests. Way before Moses, way before Kemet. Preserve the sacred days of the Rabbahs and the rites and ceremonies of the Emet Kava, the rites of faithism. All established back 9,000 years ago with Zarathustra. We see Yeshua is teaching the same exact thing. When we opened up and started teaching from Zarathustra, we get all in 7053 BC, we get all the way down to 146 BC, 110 BCE. And Yeshua is teaching the exact same thing because it came from the exact same line of light. You know what I mean? That's powerful, man. Look at this. For 3 years, Yeshua traveled among the Israelites, preaching and restoring the ancient doctrines. The key word is restoring. Huh? Restoring what? The ancient doctrines that go all the way back to Zarathustra. Huh? That Abraham picked up, Brahma, Eratha, Pole, Moses, Kapiya, Chine, Sakaya, Caillou. Now we all the way down to Yeshua, and look what he doing. Look what he doing. Look at this. Restoring the ancient doctrines. Now, what's part of the ancient doctrine? Remember how they all was living? Communities and all that, and how you eat and how you live. Look at this. And they were gathered in groups of 10s, 20s, 50s, more than 2,000 Israelites of the ancient order of Moses, who became steadfast followers of the teachings of Joshua. But because of persecution by the apostate Jews, they kept themselves aloof from the world, having signs and passwords by which they knew one another. First the god Baal, and after him Thoth, inspired the kings and rulers against these faiths. And they proved them by commanding them to eat flesh. You see what the false god did, JJ? False gods, to prove that we weren't down with them, they try to force feed us animal sandwiches. Go ahead, Sila.
No, that's a good point. So now we're showing you contrast. We're distinguishing the two. He just showed you that Baal was inspiring them to eat flesh and fish, while Yeshua laid down the commandments of refraining from eating flesh and fish. So hey, you have the two comparing contrasts right here before your face.
Yeah. Yep. Hey, when you call for the rain, you got to deal with the mud, Jack. That's just what it is. Like you thought you had something, you try to crack a joke. Oh, he eating fish. You go right here, he teaching against fish. You ain't supposed to be eating none of that.
And then the inspiration of eating fish came at this point was inspired by Baal, your god El, your Canaanite god.
Look at this right here. You got your boy Baal. Dang, and he was the one. This is how we gonna prove who down with the Great Spirit. Force feed them animal sandwiches. Force feed them loin meat. By commanding them to eat flesh, even swine's flesh, which if they refuse was sufficient testimony under the laws to convict them of being enemies against the gods. So they were scourged and put to death wherever found. will never find. Now it came to pass. That Joshua went into Jerusalem to preach, and in not many days after that, he was accused of preaching Jehovah, the Creator.
Now pause right there. Now notice the Oahspe calls him Jeshua, right? Now you have in the Bible, you have the book of Joshua. Now, why would all of a sudden the name Jesus would be used when Joshua is the English rendition of Yeshua, the Hebrew word? Where'd Jesus come from? So even in the Oahspe, it's not even using Jesus. It's not using the goddamn Gentile name. It's using Yeshua or Joshua, which in return is the Hebrew Yeshua.
Facts. Look at this right here. And he came in preaching the Creator, the very Creator that Zarathustra was preaching. All right. And he was arrested. And while being carried to prison, he said, "You are hypocrites and blasphemers. You practice none of the commandments, but all the evils of Satan. Behold, the temple shall be split in two, and you shall become vagabonds in the earth." At that, the multitude cast stones. This Joshua was murdered. They stoned him to death.
They stoned him. Big difference in your Bible.
Nailed to a cross, a Roman cross. None of that. He was stoned to death. And back then, that's what they did.
Exactly. That coincides with the law.
You know what I mean? They stone cast him death. And even if you
read it coincide with the law of the Sadducees and the Pharisees.
Right. The Leviticus law.
Yep. They would have stoned him today under the Levitical law.
So it makes more sense for him to be stoned to death than to be hung on a cross like Roman capital punishment.
Exactly. And that the multitude cast stones upon him and killed him for, get this, y'all, for teaching the Creator. And Jehovah sent a chariot of fire and bore his soul to paradise. You feel me? So that right there, y'all, that's about 100-page doc.
And then ain't nowhere in there Yeshua came back eating a piece of flesh.
None of that. So that right there is the end of that. That's part 2 of Sons of the Great Spirit and the Universal Doctrine of Light. You know what I mean?
Excellent. But it's interesting how it said he sent the chariot of fire. So they would have had to been beholden to that. The same way when the Bethlehem star appeared at his birth, now they're coming to pick him up at his death.
Yeah, that's hard, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, they see now that's powerful.
They came at his birth,
and
they collected him at his death. That's deep, yo.
And Cosmo, I want you to expound more on how everybody from Zarathustra to Yeshua were basically of the same stock. You know what I mean? Expound to the people what you mean when you said that, bro. Because look, when you said that to me, as I was putting this together, I kept running into the same thing. Like, whoa.
What you gonna end up finding out is the same thing that makes the modern Negro, right? The Ayin and the Ahuin, or what we are today, the modern Negro, or the Ayin-leaning Anguigan, right? Or what you would call an American Indian. What you go back and you notice and you see the same Ayin-leaning Ahuin or Angui type that what we would have been is the same thing Moses was, is the same thing Capelia was, is the same thing Zarathustra was, is the same thing Abram and Brahma. And then when you take a physical objective look at the people, other than thousands of years of admixture, which makes a people their own distinctive people, the Aboriginal people to every landmass look just alike. Long, black, coarse, nigger hair, copper color skin. That's every prophet. And now we know what they are genetically. We can still say they're tall, copper-colored people everywhere in the world, and there are mound builder stocks everywhere in the world. See, they built mounds in America and in Eastern or Western Europe. But what did they build in Africa? Tree huts.
Cow.
What did they build in the Middle East? They called them dolems. We see this same type of science and technology in the megalithic builder everywhere around the world.
Hey, Cow, what you about this? I noticed running down these 11 sons of the Great Spirit. One thing I saw in common was that they all, the gift of suis had been with their forefathers since the flood or something like that, in a name like that, right? So what kind of man, should I say, must you descend from to have that ability of suis?
Well, any type of man or phenotypical look can be a suis. That what your skin color is don't stop suis, right? Or clairvoyance, clairaudience. It doesn't stop that. But what you would be looking for is a people who have a more common nature or natural understanding of their community. They would be what you would call God's people, people who didn't hurt anyone, people who were intelligent, highly intelligent and learned, an agrarian society who, would have functioned on communal living, right? Now, if you taking that into account, then that's going to be most people in the world anciently, right? But then what you're gonna see is even in those stocks, there are variations in those individual stocks of people. You're gonna have basically a warrior group and a peaceful group.
Right. Okay, now look, the first stock of man on record that was able to hear and see, spiritually speaking. Okay, what man was that?
That was the Iron.
Iron. So
right, he would be equivalent to who people know as Adam in the Bible.
Okay, all right. So
or actually, he would be equivalent to who everybody know as Abel in the Bible.
Okay, all right, got you. So look, check this out. So being that that's the stock that it came from, iron stock, right? And when we get down to like a Zarathustra or Pelia, Abram, and it says all of them have the ability of what's called clairaudience, clairvoyance, suis, basically the knowledge to hear, the skill to hear and to see and to converse with the spirit realm, right? All right, so would it be safe to say that all 11 sons of the Great Spirit in some way, shape, form, or fashion come from iron stock?
No, that's the simple fact that they have clairvoyance proves that they are of iron stock.
That's what I was asking.
Right, you can't have clairvoyance, clairaudience, see, talk to spirits if you don't have the people with this genetic ability to do it.
Yeah, then that's
see, they think they don't understand that when you say spiritual, that it's still physical. Right? It's just another rarefied form of the physical form. You see, they don't know spirit is atmospheric. It's gaseous. Right? So it's not just a thing of the spirit, it's also a thing of the seed of the genetic. Right? So for that to happen, and now the crazy part is Creator says roughly 98% of the people on the planet have this ability today.
Yeah.
Showing that and showing that what he says is these people who were white and yellow, irregardless of phenotype, right, go on to produce all the greatest prophets you've ever heard of and the ones you've never heard of. It is through these people that you get every single prophet on the planet, from Zarathustra, the very first, 9,000 years ago, on down to today. Right?
Yeah, that's powerful. You know what I mean? I was saying it to say this. When we talking about the same line of light that was on all them brothers and all that, as I'm reading about the birth of each one of these, it give you the rundown going back 6 to 7 generations, bro. You know what I mean? And what the Louis were doing, you know what I mean? So-and-so begot so-and-so, you feel me? And then it always mentions that the light of Suis was with them and his forefathers since this time.
For thousands of years. For some of them. You dig what I'm talking about? For thousands of years.
You know, man, they get a straight lineage right there in the beginning when they get into their story. And it always, Suis always come up.
Right.
Always come up. I said, oh, there it is.
And then the crazy part is we don't know that the Creator got angels that deal with nothing but genetics.
Yeah, the Louis. Yeah. That one inspired your great granddaddy to get at your great grandmama. Girl, come here.
Yeah, it hit different to know that you were inspired for that. So if you got a child, good or bad, you were inspired in some way to have that child.
Yeah.
You dig what I'm talking about? Now, is there responsibility with that choice? Yes. You dig what I'm talking about? Because a father on the incline and a mother on the incline produces a child who is higher than both of them. Right? A mother and father on the decline produces a child lower than they are. One on the incline, one on the decline produces a stagnant spiritual rate. Right? So now we can kind of see what's going on in the day. Why the children is so unempathetic. They get it too, but yet what people say they don't care. I would just say they're not fearful. I think the Creator is breeding that up out of them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's breeding that up out of them. It's I don't want to say it's making them cold, but it's preparing them for the possibilities of this world.
Man. And what it's like, got these jokers out here short circuiting, JJ throwing out chapters that ain't even in Oahspe, boy. I'm trying to tell you. You know what I mean? It's truly an honor to be on this journey with you, brothers, man. C-Lot, talk to us, big homie.
Hey, man. We on a winning team, you know what I mean? You can't go wrong with Creator at the end of the day.
Can't go wrong. Yeah. And then he tell you, hey, C-Lot, he go on to tell you that nigger stock in America that they call an Indian is the catalyst for the Cosmon people.
That's crazy right there, yeah. And I'm glad you emphasizing that fact. And I'm glad you putting an emphasis on the whole indigenous of the Americas, because in the Oahspe, the Americas is the highlight.
Right, it's the
last
highlight.
stop. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's the last stop. Pan was the first, and America will be the last. So that everybody looking to Jerusalem for the kingdom to come, when it's over here in the West.
Yeah,
y'all looking towards the east.
Free us from the bound kingdoms of the east.
Exactly. Y'all see what's going on in the east right now. The battle of the false gods has come to earth. That's a battle between Islam and Judaism. This shit is a religious war. It's spiritual, played out in the physical. What y'all say? What hell is like? Hell is no different than what men on earth call warfare. So when you looking at the genocide that's going on in Palestine right now, you're looking at hell right before your face. And the spirits that cross over, the people that die in warfare shall be born in spirit and chaos on the battlefield. So now we get an insight that, damn, not only do they die physically, but they over in the spirit world in chaos, still battling imaginary foes. That's what's going on in the east, where you want to run to and claim that the new Jerusalem is going to come down in that hostile environment. Or you waiting on a prophecy in the book of Revelations that ain't even from the Most High Creator. And when we start talking like that, it shakes your boots because you've been taught to believe that this God of the Bible is the Most High Creator. And here we come, talking about real Creator, who Creator is, regardless of what your nationality or ethic is.
And the crazy part is, if you ever want to prove that you were duped, if you ever in your life called the creator of sun, moon, and stars God, that is proof you are under the God spell. You have been duped. That is physical, objective proof. The proof you've been duped is you call God, the creator, God.
And
whoever thought God was the creator of some, if you thought God was the Most High, you was duped.
And then not only that, Cosman, the image of God being a man or a woman that you've been taught, because most people think when they think of their God, they envision a man sitting on the throne.
Mm-hmm.
If you was to put in God in Google right now, what's going to pop up?
A deity, a physical man.
A physical man sitting on his hind part, sitting on the throne with angels around him, whether he be black.
Blowing lightning bolts with wings on.
Regardless of his nationality, all nationalities been duped to believe that the Most High is in the image of a man. That's the greatest deception that man has ever played on himself.
Yep.
Because God is man, just risen in spirit, took it on a position. So if man is telling you in spirit that he is the Most High Creator and you believe him, the trick's on you. And that's what we're here to tell you, that the trick is on you. I don't care if you come from India, Africa, China, America. If you look at the Most High and he a man, you've been duped, like Cosmo said.
That's proof that you can prove to yourself. You ever thought God was a big man sitting in the sky and had a heavenly throne sitting in the kingdom? That's proof you have been indoctrinated.
And we here to indoctrinate you by telling you that the creator is the ever-present. When Macabee did his second round in the Creator Gang versus Lion debate, Macabee's second round was dedicated to show you that the Most High is not in the image of a man, and that if you proclaim that the Most High is in the image of a man, you follow in a false God. That was distinguished in that verse, that round. He cleared that up in that round. And then Daryl Cosman cleared up the fact that Yahweh of the Bible has demonic tendencies, demonic characteristics.
Ain't nobody still addressed Daryl Cosman. Let's get that out the way. He called your God a demon. We still ain't and proved it with your book. Right? And then ain't nobody said you. As a matter of fact, Sinetta took it off the channel.
Yeah, that's crazy. I went looking for that joint. I couldn't find it.
Yeah, he took it off.
Hey, they real heard about that. But look, Daryl Cosma had me hollering, boy. He say he was explaining God sitting on the throne, right? And he was like, that's localized. Like that ain't, if he's on the throne, he ain't everywhere, right? So he was like, that's not ever present. That's your ass present in this chair. Boy,
but you know what though, Melly? I don't even think they wasn't even aware of the idea of the creator being ever present till we came on the scene. They never been challenged like that before.
Yeah, exactly.
Because they still can't wrap they still can't wrap their head around the fact that the Most High is not a man. They struggling with that. And when we say ever present, they get lost in that. They're like, every present where he's everywhere. What are you? They try to clown it.
No, but the crazy part is you can't clown it. Their God is supposed to be everywhere.
Exactly, but he's supposed to be everywhere, but he localized.
Right, crazy.
But then when we explain how the creator is everywhere present and break down the function and order of creator through Vortexia, they get quiet. They ain't got nothing to say. Y'all ain't got that. We ain't describing the deity in our fact of creation.
Hey, look, hey, Sila. But when you see that same force being expressed everywhere through all creation, I'm talking about from the tip of the solar system to the tip of your fingers. It's vortex and it's representative everywhere. The spiral, everywhere.
And they don't even know that's the force and power of creator right there in their face.
But it makes sense though. Why would you, if you the creator, why would you need anything else other than one force to create with?
Exactly. And then when that one force is demonstrated how it's created, you don't see no nigga at the top blowing his breath sitting on a throne creating vortices. When you see pictures of vortices, how vortices are generated? Through motion.
Motion.
Ain't no nigga blowing his breath at the pinnacle, at the peripheral, blowing his breath, creating a vortex in a circle. Nah. Motion is the key factor to start creation. All motion flows in the vortex, precipitating the minerals to the center, producing a globe of fire. The first visible site of creation is a globe of fire. Let there be light. That's where that come in at. You know how many steps you got to go through before say, let there be light?
This is why the curve and the spiral is so dominant through all nature. It's representative in nature. This is why predominantly all energy forces spiral except radiation, which when you put that radiation in motion becomes magnetism, and when you give it a charge becomes electricity. So it's all the same spiraling force everywhere. Just when it's sitting still, it's called weak force or magnetism.
You see that?
Yeah.
In dormancy. That's right.
Creator's so simple. He's so simple, it mystifies you. It's just about how fast it's going, where it's at, what it's reacting upon, and how long it's been doing it, right? And at what revolution or speed or frequency is what it produces. So it could be electricity, it could be magnetism, it could be light, right? It could be gravity or so-called gravity, right?
Yeah, the strength is all determined in the spin. We could determine the spin and measure the speed of the spin based off the rising and setting of the sun.
Mm-hmm.
Put a timer on that joint. All right, boom, that's how fast we spinning. This is the stability of this vortex to keep us where we at.
We know it takes roughly 24 hours to move a mass 24,000 miles in diameter. Guess what? If you move it 1,000 miles an hour, it takes 24 hours. Guess what? That's how big exactly the Earth is. So now we know that that's how fast the Earth has to move, but how fast must the vortex be moving to move that mass?
Exactly. The peripheral of the vortex is moving at an extreme speed to maintain that rotation or that speed.
And this is how you know they lied. This is how you know they lied when they said they went to outer space. You couldn't have. Not as a living human right now. You can't get out of our atmosphere.
And then not only that, the outer extreme of the Earth's vortex is still subjected to the sun's vortex in that orbit. So it's a lot going on.
It's more energy
outside
of the bubble than it is inside.
That's right.
And you got to remember what they're running into in space is solution. It's fluid.
Exactly.
This is what they not. So it's like it would be like trying to do a belly flop, right, off a high dive. If you went straight into it, you know what I mean. You hit it like.
But if you rubbing on, if you're switching in the borders, that's where that electrical spark coming in. That photosynthesis produced.
If you're turning, if you're already spiraling on an axis and going at the proper curve, you could dip into and out of our atmosphere. You just have to get in rotation with it.
That's right. Yeah, you got to lock in.
You got to lock in. You dig what I'm talking about? You got to get in rotation with it, with the way it's spinning.
Hey, hold on. Go back down right quick, man. Look. This nigga got a fresh pair of Nikes on and shit.
That nigga got some Air Jeebuses on.
Deep shoe.
Man. is
That nigga got them
Osiris.
Ptolemies on, yo.
He got them Serapis 4s on.
Hey, man, but why,
Man.
why
Is that
these
Baal?
places
Is that
like this,
Baal?
though, bro? Look at
That's
this place.
Baal. Look at that
That's
nigga. He got the
Baal.
goatee. That nigga got the goatee and the whole nine.
And then listen, they don't understand that the multiple deities have taken on a name. Listen, Anu Hasaj was El, Osiris was El, Baal took on the name El, and so did Luamong take on the name El. They don't even know that different gods at different times usurp that title.
And that is even proven in the Bible. You see the different characteristics of God throughout the Bible.
Yeah, this nigga look like he licked his eyebrows, man. This
nigga look like Chili Monk.
Yeah. Hey, yo. Yo. What if that's not Baal? What if that is old Osiris?
Because they do got the same goddamn headdress on.
I mean, you don't think about it. How would you tell? How do you tell?
Look at him sitting on that throne.
Yep.
Right. And then both of them are wearing the same headdress. Osiris and Baal. In different pictures, they're wearing the same headdress.
And then we never really, question where Baal came from. That nigga
they
came
don't know.
from Asia too, goddamn.
They don't know. They don't even know Baal was Osiris's little homie. That's little Chile Mong little homie.
Exactly. That's why he wearing the hat, because he was a servant to Osiris. See, we got the story.
Because right, he was a servant to Osiris. And then this is why in the Ugaritic text, right, in the Akkadian text, you see an overthrow from El, right, and Yam, the god of the lakes and rivers, and over there in that area, the greatest one is the Nile. The god of the Nile was Osir, right? He is Yam, the son of El, the lord of the Nile and the waters, right? And in the Ugaritic text, it tells the story of El or Baal overthrowing Yam or Osiris. That only makes sense when you know that Ashtaroth and Baal both overthrew, or first of all, worked for Osiris and then overthrew Osiris. They warred against him.
Exactly. And there you go right there. So look, you see the crown. You know what I mean? You see him sitting on the throne, showing his authority. You see Tahuti right there. You mean Heru. You see Heru right there. That look like the Judgment Hall of Ma'at. That's what that looks like.
Yeah, but Heru is Baal.
Yep.
So there he is right there.
Heru is Baal.
That's pre-Baal as far as him being independent.
Look, this is right behind them. That's Isis and Anet.
Right, that's what that is. And the net, I keep messing up that name.
But dig this. Guess who Anet was the sister of, supposedly in the text, and also beef with, and also still helped Baal? Ashtaroth. Anet and Ashtaroth, they so close. First of all, they are the same person. Let's just get that out the way. Ashtaroth and Anet are the same person. She's also Astera. She's also Hathor.
She got them.
She's also Isis.
She everybody. Cause that was the Trinitarian right there. Was Baal, Osiris, and Hathor. I mean, Ashtaroth.
And Ashtaroth. Right? She the Ashtaroth, the Ashtaroth of the Persians. You dig what I'm talking about? She is also Inanna. You dig what I'm talking about? Of Sumerian fame. She go back that far. They came up under Anu Hasaj, who y'all know is Anu of Sumer. Y'all mistaking them, calling them Anunnaki.
Right.
That's just where Anu's heaven was situated over what we now call the Middle East and Persia. right?
Hey, Kyle,
So-
what you were saying? What you were saying about Yam? Say that again. You were saying about Yam. Yam was what you were saying about Yam?
Yam is the god of the rivers and the lakes and the water. He is the son of El, the brother of Baal, the brother of Anet, the brother of Astet. They all the 70 children of El Elyon, right? El Elyon, at the time the story would have been told, would have been Anu Hassad. Yam was Osiris. So we can back this story up in between. This is pre Dynasty 0. So we 30, let's just say 3750 to 3300. We back that far. Yam means water and lake and river, right? Yam was the god of the land, right? He dominated the land. That's literally what Osiris means. Osiris means land god. But guess what? At the same time, so does Anki mean land god. And guess what? So does AI. EA. AI means land god. Just so happened we see a man named Chilemon given a title as the head land god or Osiris. Right?
Now, what about this? This right here, y'all see on the screen.
Wow.
The Hebrew word Yam. First appears. Let me go back so y'all can see. Mally over here making stuff up, man. It first goes back to Genesis 1:26. Look what it says. It says, and God said, let us make man in our image after our likeness and let them have dominion over the fish of the who? The sea. Let's click on that word for sea. Yam. Now, what you were saying about Yam being a god of the waters, and
he's the god of the Nile and the Mediterranean.
Okay. I got you. Hold on, bro. Outline of biblical uses.
Wow.
Sea, west, westward, west side, sea, friend, south. Outline of biblical uses. Sea, Mediterranean Sea, Red Sea, Dead Sea, Sea of Galilee. What that say down there, boy? Nile. Nile.
Dagger and every shit. This is what I'm telling y'all. Y'all got to rock with the gang.
So right here,
you don't know who the stinging catfish is. You got to know who it is.
The word for sea. We pre-chem it. And just so happened, Yam is the name of a Kemetic deity. And he's the god over the water, specifically the Nile. And we go look the Hebrew word up for sea. In Genesis 1:26, we get the Mediterranean Sea and the Nile River in the definition.
Seaward, westward. And those were the dominions. Think about this. Those were the dominions of Osiris. They were westward. They was in primarily
Psalms H 32:20. Yam.
Primarily the Middle East, Africa, and Europe. So that been west of the dominant place and people at the time who, remember, Anu said he gonna dominate the nigga of the Middle East. I mean the nigga of Persia, the Persians. He said, I want to dominate them. They the biggest, best people in the world at the time. Right?
El, deity, right?
There he is.
There you go.
Rated El. And those who say over here, King of the Gods. Sitting on the throne, Gilead statuette El Temugi. Now let's look at some of El's children. Let's back up with, because I know a lot of people think that we just be talking. Okay, children of El. Who we got here? Anat, Ashtar, Baal, Mot, Shahar, Shalim, Shapash, who? Yam. The Mesopotamian equivalent for El is Anu, Look at that. I knew and English.
I can't make it up this good.
What are we talking about, bro?
I can't even make it up this good.
There's
how I know that Mally, can you pull up your calculator for me? Let me show you how really deep we go with this science. We're gonna break Sumer all the way down for him. We're gonna break Sumer back wide open, right? Because Cosmon gonna show you how to tell time in Sumer.
Calculator.
I'm gonna teach you how to tell time. Right? Remember, in the Sumerian kings list, they give a list of kings that go on for roughly 432,000 years. Very specific number, right? 432,000. You find out that those are the dimensions of the Great Pyramids of the Earth. Okay. And it's also the dimensions of a man. Also the square root of the planet in kilometers.
Okay. I got the calculator up, Cal. What you want to do?
Now they'll tell you in these stories, in these tales, that like a man, like let's just say the father of Gilgamesh, right? Who they say is a real person, right? His name was Lugalbanda. Name like it means like special big man. That's what Lugalbanda means, right? So they accredit him for giving birth to the great Gilgamesh, right? Roughly about 2700 BC, right? They say in his story that he lived and ruled for 28,000 years. Y'all niggas got y'all ears on? If you say 432,000, what they missing, Selah? Are they missing the inhabitable age?
Bring it out, son.
Listen, yeah, the 432,000 that was created by the Hindus to hide the truth on purpose because he knew people who would have this knowledge would use and dominate the game and the system, using it because the system works whether a bad guy uses it or a good guy uses it. It's like a gun.
Those 3 ages right there.
Right? Those are 3 ages, but there are 4 ages.
That's right.
To tell a time and an age in a house. It's 576,000 years, not 432. This is why they give you the Kali Yuga, right? The Kali Yuga, the times of the destruction. Because in the time, right? Because you're actually missing the time of the life. This is why it's done in Kali.
So basically, Melly, what you're doing is doing 144,000 times 3.
So
no. I'm about to twist your cap.
Oh
no, we about to do something. We about to break Sumer down. I'm gonna show you how they lived all these many years.
Heard. So let me know what to type in.
Do me a favor.
Hold on, he gonna get that because it's gonna come to that 432 you was talking about.
So type 432 in.
No, I was just telling when Cosmon asked, and he was like, "Yo, Selah, what
I'm
time
about
it is?"
to do something even more simpler.
Yeah, when he's talking about with that 432.
They said that Lugalbanda ruled in Sumer for 28,000 years. Now we know for a damn fact, even Methuselah ain't lived that long. So what are they actually saying?
Right.
I'm about to bust Sumer wide open for you.
And you pulling this out of Oahspe right here? What you about to read? Or you about to do mathematics?
No. Just simple mathematics.
All right. While you do that, I'm gonna pull out a verse from Oahspe that's gonna coincide with what you're saying. Go ahead.
Yup.
Let me know what y'all want me to put up on the screen. I got the calculator out. What's the word, Cal?
Watch this. They say Lugalbanda ruled for 28,000 years. Right? Let me blow the top off of Sumer for you. Just all you got to do to make Sumer make sense, right? To make Sumer make sense, all you got to do is turn the years into days. So you take the 28,000 years, turn them into 28,000 days, huh? And then extrapolate. Yep.
All right, so what you want me to type in, Cal?
How much is 28,000 days?
You said
Watch this.
28,000. You say days?
28,000
so
days.
How many days in
how many? Yeah, how many days? How many years in 28,000 days?
28,000 divided by 365. Okay, so 28,000. 1, 2, 3 divided by 365 for the days. We get 76.7. What is that? 76.71.
Now, this is how you make it make sense. Lugal Banda didn't rule for 28,000 years. He ruled for 28,000 days. The 365,000 year Ashar is actually a 365 year count. So if you turn the 28,000 years to days, now it makes sense how a man can rule 28,000 anything, because he actually only ruled 76 years.
Oh, okay. Got you.
You see what I'm saying? This is how you, and now if you do that same division, on 432,000.
Okay. 4, 3, 2, 0, 0, 0 divided by 3, 6, 5. We get 1,183.
What happened?
I told you need too many more.
Now turn to 430. No. Turn to 432,000. Right into days.
432,000
days.
And we want to know how many days is in 432,000 years?
Yeah, watch this.
Divided by 365, right?
How many days are in 432,000 years? How much you want to bet it's like 600 something years?
1,183. So 1,183 days. Is that right? Which would be roughly what, 3 to 4 years?
No.
Unless I'm doing it wrong.
Paul. That's right.
Across the
Now, if you convert that 432,000 days, you should have got something like 1,180 years.
Yeah, that's what I got. 1,183.
What you get?
1,183.
1,183.56.
Yeah.
I got 1,180.
So what you dividing the 432 by? 432,000 by what?
300. You know what? It is 366. I use 366.
Look, you know what? I think we should do a presentation on it.
366 day years.
You done turn this into a math class now. So y'all in math class.
Yeah, do a presentation on it and put all the charts and calculators and everything up side by side. And then that way you can go ahead and expose the calendar.
See, I was looking for that version of Oahspe where it talks about the Egyptian records were so voluminous it was confusing from head to tail.
Ark of Bond, chapter 20.
Yeah. And then there was another one where it talked about the measurement of man, how they measure time by measuring as a man, and how that got mixed up with believing that man is 1,000 years when he's saying like what Cal said.
Is that them sun
Right,
laws, Osiris?
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
Right. So basically, they'll say something like a man lived or ruled 2,700 years, right? In actuality, that's only 1,000 days.
Right, which would be a little bit over 3 years.
A little over 2 years, 3 years,
Right.
2 years.
Niggas running around thinking niggas is 2,000 years old out this joint.
Right. When they're counting the day, they're counting the 360.
Matter of fact, here go right here. If you it's in the book of the Ark of Bond, chapter 22. I mean, chapter 22, verse 19. It states touching genealogy. You want to pull it up, Mally, or you good?
You know I'm gonna pull it up. Hold on.
All right.
Hold on. I'm gonna pull it up
All right.
right now.
You already nizzle. Book of the Ark of Bond, 22, starting from 19. 19 to 21.
This doing Chinese. This doing Chinese thing.
This is how you break down all that great time.
You said Ark of Bond, chapter
22.
22. What verse?
19.
22 and 19?
Yeah.
14, 15, 16. So I only got 17.
Oh, hold up. You know what? My bad. 20, chapter 20, my bad.
20 years.
Yeah,
And remember, they would have still seen the regular sun cycle. You dig what I'm talking about through their system of 60. So it would have been 10 times whatever we was looking at anyway. So now that you understand that there are 365 days in a year, well, in the Sumerian long count, it should be 3,650 instead of 365. But what they're not understanding is they're breaking parts of the day down.
Right. So this basically what caused my referencing to a degree.
So they're not in full years. They're actually day counts.
Right. So when you
actually counting.
Right. When you hear they talk about how Adam lived 900 and this amount of years, and the descendants of Adam lived all these lengthy years, this is an explanation of how that came about.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mally.
All right, Ark of Bond 20 and 19.
Yeah.
It says touching genealogies in which men seem to have lived to so great an age. This then is the explanation for it. Verse 20. Thotma had said to his recorders in searching for the truth of legends, give the latitude of it. For one legend will say such a man lived 700 years ago. Another legend will say he lived 1,050 years ago. The latitude between them is therefore 350 years, which shall be the time of that man's life. And in this way, latitude became confounded with fact and with no intent to deceive.
See that?
Verse 21. Hold on. Right here. He gives an example. In the example, the man lived sometime between the span of 350 years. That is, he lived for some unspecified duration, sometime between 700 and 1,050 years before the date of recording. And this 350 years of latitude, range, extent of applicability, during which a person lived, became confused with a person's age and death. That is, the lower and upper limits of the latitude incorrectly became thought of as the points of birth and death of that person. As a result, such a person was mistakenly thought to have been 350 years old when he died. Dang.
Yo, don't tell me Oahspe don't clear. So all that shit about Adam living now, you can throw it out the window. It's saying something different.
Dang.
Yeah.
Dang, that's crazy, bro.
Adam may have been 93 when he died, goddamn it. Shit.
Right. Right. 93, not 930.
But there is, I ain't gonna lie, there is a section in the Oahspe in the book of
Well, they was getting up there, but if you even if you count their years, the most they was maxing out was
like
400, 350.
Yeah, but it was like 2 or 3. Yeah, but yeah, that's crazy.
350, 250. You know what I mean? That's a long time though.
Yeah, that
You know?
is. That is a long time, bro.
You dig what I'm saying? So they was living to at least double what.
And you know what, Cosmo, that would make sense because that's right after the flood, and that's when that's before. I'm thinking of Adam.
I thought that was before.
No, I was thinking of Adam time. I'm thinking of Adam in the flood, mixing them time periods. But yeah, that just shows you how them years got confused with being the years of men when they were judging.
I think we get a remnant of it, a memory of it, through the tales that we hear in the Bible of the sons of Seth and the sons of Cain, remembering the spiritual side of the game and the physical side of the game. Through, you know what I mean? And once you understand that Noah time, it opened up everything.
Yeah.
What that mean? Everything else is before him. A time. You dig what I'm saying? So
they really coded that Bible, boy.
Yeah. Shout out to homeboy Naughty, man.
Can you get it off, please? Thanks.
Yeah. You dig what I'm saying? Y'all got to come and step into this new light, man. What they've been telling us ain't all the way 100. And as a matter of fact, I'm gonna just go out on the line and say everything you know got a slant in it. If you think you smart today and you don't know the creator, you way behind.
Way behind.
You way behind. If you ever called the creator God, you already just understand you've been duped. Come on in. I know.
What you said, boy, it's time to come on home, man.
Yep, I know. You'll get in tomorrow, champ.
It's all good. Hey, look, we've been on here a little bit over 5 hours, right?
Good Lord, that's crazy.
Give us some last words, both y'all brothers, man. Cosmo and Cal, give us some last words, brother.
Hey, man, y'all know what it is with me, man. Cosmo the Cloud Kicker, man. Y'all go over there to Cosmo Cal TV, sub, like, share, man. Y'all go to SHALOM. Y'all go to Honor and Humility. Y'all check out Creator Gang TV. Sub, like, share, man. You dig what I'm talking about? We be going in. Half the time we don't even be on Earth. and still make it make objective sense.
That's right.
You dig what I'm talking about? Shout out Malaki, Macabee, man. Shout out the fam, man. Peace to the righteous gods. Hey, Malaki.
What's the word?
Yo, see y'all, man. Hey, y'all can do something for me real quick.
Let's go.
Y'all just breathe in.
And let the light
in.
Sometimes boy.
I'm out, man. Hey, salute to everybody in the chat. I'm gonna fall back.
Would you kill your child, your son?
Gang.
God told you to.
Peace, gang.
You said the Most High told me to?
Yeah.
Man, the Most High said do it, then that's what it is. Yeah, man, the Most High said do it, then that's what it is.
Yeah, man, the Most High said do it, then that's what it is. A 22-year-old woman told hotel workers in Holmes County that she had been directed by God. To go on a shooting spree about the solar eclipse, and that not long after she left the hotel in a purple Dodge Challenger driving to the interstate, traveling west, shooting into 2 cars. One of the drivers was shot in the neck, the other grazed in his arm.
If your God came to you right now, tonight, in pomp and glory, shining, and he commanded the death of your child, would you sacrifice your child?
If the Most High is going to do it, of course. If the Most High is going to do it, of course. If the Most High is going to do it, of course.
Peter Lucas Moses refers to himself as a radical religious person who is with the Black Hebrews. And he just pleaded guilty to killing a 4-year-old 4-year-old and a woman that he was living with. He killed the 4-year-old because he thought he was gay.
Action. Moses believed 4-year-old Higginbotham was homosexual. Klein says Moses took Higginbotham to the garage, played the Lord's Prayer in Hebrew, and shot him. Played the Lord's Prayer in Hebrew and shot him. Played the Lord's Prayer in Hebrew and shot him.
If God came to you and told you to sacrifice your kid, would you sacrifice your kid?
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
God is called a terrible, like demon-like power. God is called a terrible, like demon-like power. God is called the terrible, like demon-like power. So Napa means empty, you could say, or like open. Shita means demon, or demon-like or terrible. Shita means demon, or demon-like or terrible. Shita means demon, or demon-like or terrible.
According to the criminal complaint, Polite told investigators God told him to shoot Pastor Germany. God told him to shoot Pastor Germany.
God told him to shoot Pastor Germany.
And he wanted to go to jail to clear his mind.
Would you kill your child or your grandchild if your God told you to?
Oh, man.
So that's a yes?
Yeah, well, it's a yes. It's a yes.
It's a yes.
But I think that it would be a test. I don't think the Lord would actually tell you to do it. I think it would just be a test because we can see.
You'd be willing to go through with it?
Or go through. I'll go through any trial the Lord puts me through.
Leader Yahweh Ben Yahweh, the self-proclaimed Son of God, one day in 1981, her North Dade home became a house of death. Banks and her husband, Carlton Carey, had just returned from talking with police about another Yahweh member who had been decapitated. Today, Yahweh Ben Yahweh is charged in her attempted murder and the death of her husband. October 1986, Yahweh's take over an Opalaka apartment building. 2 residents who were ordered to leave publicly complained. That night, both were shot to death.
Wow! Judah, do you hear me? If the Most High Yahweh tells you to kill your family, would you do it? Yes or no?
Absolutely yes. Absolutely yes. Absolutely yes. Oh, Judah, no.
Damn.
Judah didn't mean that, y'all.
If the Most High say, put your family down, would you do it for the Most High?
By faith, yes. By faith, yes.
By faith, yes.
But he's going to tell me not to do it, just like he did Abraham. We have a story like that already. Next.
The moral law is that if a child was to be rebellious, okay, towards the parents, they was to be taken out and be stoned to death because of that. You see what I'm saying?
Would you do that? Would you do that if your God came back to you today in glory and said, I want you to stone your son if he get rebellious? Would you? Would you do it?
Yeah, I probably would. Yeah, I would. Yeah, I probably would. Yeah, I would. Yeah, I probably would. Yeah, I would.
Wow.
The Most High was to come to you and ask you to off your loved ones. Would you do it, brother?
If I had made the mistake, if I didn't have ancestors inside of me and I made the mistake to make babies with outside nations, and then I heard the download from my ancestors saying that you need to put them away, yes, I will put them away. Yes, I will put them away.
Yes, I will put them away.
Okay, Judah Nazareth, if the Most High come to you and say, I want you to put down your family, I have a better movement for you that I need you to do, would you do it?
They're out of here. They're out of here.
And oh yeah, put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feel it when you're feeling up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you're breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you feel it up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you're breathing rarefied air, oh, just that child theft, that child main, that pepper bull, that towel main, since sunset in the arc of Wayne. My brain moving like towel saying, so as above, it's so below. That up and that down thing, this flow is atmospheric. I call that a ground game. See, water is knowledge, so if I'm teaching, you're learning. So how your God make a sun without vortexing current? See, the pattern is panic. I'm reaching out for my people. Oahspe flow through your speakers. You feel the force of the ether, and when the force gets to equal, I'm taking off like an eagle. Police popped the pastor yesterday for pushing political. My DNA is Moshe. Mix that thing with higher water. My spirit rate is OTN. It's just a higher order. Got more light than Kavita. Rap a lot just like Tila. Went from sinner to saint. Shout out my big homie Sela. Got more torque than a sports car. Got more work than a door star. In the 4 million I make, I'm giving the Dr. Uma. Oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you're feeling up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you're breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you feel it up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you're breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Super 7 in my rites and ceremonies. I'm married to Jehovah, holy matrimony. Confucius say, in the words of Caillou, before you hit the tomb, be a bridegroom. Only got one question for Miss Susan B. On how to last Ahu when it's now an ennui. Blame my inspiration, I'm just thinking thoughts. But in the way of God's, we gon' keep it short. Why Jesus wanna kill me, Matthew 10:34. Just a couple questions that I'm needing to know. Oahspe flow is so potent, set the vortex in motion. Super 7, I'm floating across the Aegean Ocean. Oh, you a Muslim now, so I guess you make it salat. Well, I'm an Israelite, I'ma make you met the Shabbat. Got Moses on the bumper, super slap off in my spaceship photosphere. So I stay lit, peace and light to the faith that's so yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you're feeling up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you're breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you feel it up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you're breathing rarefied air, oh yeah.